excellent connection on my end. Oh, wait. There we go. I see it. I see the problem. I think I fixed it.
We got a stream going.
Awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry about the technical difficulties. I forgot to press go live.
Congratulations.
That's what happened. Okay. I think we're good. See, if you couldn't tell, I haven't done this since 2018, so we are still learning. But anyway, welcome everybody to the first ever ASMR RP podcast with our really awesome panel here. We're gonna do a little bit of, I guess, introduction first off. Just to let you all know, we aren't going to really be looking at the chat much because we already have questions that we're answering from the initial post that we did over on ASMR Haven. So we might have people answering like off and on, even if you have like a little question here or there, if you want to talk to any of us, while the others are answering questions, we might still be in the chat. Also, just to know me, I'm Blue. Because I'm running the channel that this stream is on, I'm going to show up as the AlvaaarScript Guild instead of my actual name. But anyways, without further ado, let's get on to introductions. I am your host. I am BluechanXD. I am a writer for ASMR Script Haven. I've been doing this for about a year and 3/4 of a year, so very close to 2 years now that I've been doing this. Really cool stuff that that I've seen throughout the community. Lots of cool people that I've met throughout this past like 2 years. You might have seen me over there on Script Haven occasionally, or even on YouTube. I do the villain scripts. That's kind of my thing. Not the only thing that I do, but kind of what I'm mostly known for. And the cool thing is that if you watch any of the VAs, the awesome VAs here on our panel, you might recognize me from several of their fills. I guess we can start with Not. If you are a sub to Not, you might know me from the Choosing the Villain series. That's something I wrote. And let's go down the list. Let's do Nightshade Queen next. I actually wrote the Secret Encounters with the Villain series, if you watched that on Nightshade Queen's channel, as well as the most recent post that Nightshade Queen made. If you want to go check that out, shameless plug for that. The Beauty and the Beast fairy tale retelling, if you want to check that out. Also, that script just went live today, or public today, over on Script Haven, if you want to go check that out as well. Yes.
Shameless plug.
Shameless plug.
Definitely, because that Beauty and the Beast one is just one of my favorite like ones that I've done, so I hope everybody listens to it.
But yes. Hopefully you guys can go check out Nightshade Queen's channel for that. Also, last but not least, from Man of Culture, who has also done my work, you might recognize me from writing the character Prince Alistair that he voiced on the collab with Ashmoth Audio. I know Ash is in the chat right now, and also conveniently the writer for Perseus in that same collab happens to be here, so I guess that's a good segue into Alvar. Tell us about yourself and do some shameless plugs of your own.
Hello, I'm AlvaaarScripts. I've been writing for a little over a year now. You probably know me from my Lemon Drop series, which a lot of people have filled, which is weird. Like North has filled it, and I know Seth VA has filled it, and people are nice. Yeah, that's me.
No other cool things. We'll find out more cool things about everybody here. But yes, this is your shameless plug time for anybody. Let's go with Man of Culture next. We're going to go in alphabetical order. Well, after me. But, yeah.
Hello, my name is Man of Culture ASMR. You might know me for doing a lot of AlvaaarScripts. I've been doing this whole YouTube thing for over like a year and a half, I think. I'm also a VTuber and a streamer. So yeah, that's pretty awesome. I also didn't know that Alvar did a lemon drop. I think I might have also done that script.
I think a lot of people did lemon drop. Yeah, it's a very popular script.
It is very nice to be here. I'm glad this is my first podcast with cool people within the community, and I hope this will be fun.
It for sure will. Let's go with Not. You are up next. Tell us a little about yourself.
Well, hello everyone. This is Not Plus Zero. If you've heard my work, it's because you've heard some of the experimental voice acting in a variety of different styles, ranging from comedy, horror, drama, comfort, reverse comfort, boyfriend, husband, stranger, yonder, so on and so on and so on. So, I do quite a range of things and have been doing so since about July 2022. So, about the same amount of time as Men of Culture, I suppose. And, yes, I will say, with that, I will go and hand it over to the next person in line.
All right, and last but certainly not least, we have Nightshade Queen. Tell us about yourself.
Hey everyone, I'm Nightshade Queen ASMR. I've been doing this for about, it's almost 8 months now, so not as long as the rest of these people, but I do fantasy, supernatural, sci-fi mostly type romance scripts, and it's mostly pretty wholesome if you don't count how many demons are hanging around on my channel, I think.
All right. So, again, welcome everyone here. We are very happy to have you all. And just so that everyone knows, if you are either a veteran or a new scriptwriter or VA, we will be planning on doing several more of these. So definitely reach out to us. Try mostly me because I'm going to be the one mostly hosting these. We might have Not coming back as a regular member of our podcasts, but you can contact me over on Discord or over on Reddit as well. So without further ado, I guess we'll start with several questions, and we're going to kind of go in, I guess, randomized order for each of these. Let me get the randomizer. Actually, I should have done that.
Live the wheel.
Yes.
The great wheel of fortune, ladies and gentlemen.
Wheel. Let me write up the names here. Just so that we have, I guess, a list here. Because some of us aren't going to answer every question. Some of them are specific to certain people or writers or VAs. I know that Not technically is both. So he might end up answering several questions for both sides. But that's up to you, Not, if you want to do that or not.
Oh, I'm certainly happy to.
Yes, all right. So let's hope that this works because I did a lot of work making sure that this came up. So let me know if the question is on screen. Hopefully.
Okay, question just popped up.
Yes, okay, awesome. I'm going to make sure that we do that for all of these questions. So our first question is actually from an anonymous user, or rather someone who doesn't want to share their name with us. Also, unfortunately, our names might be covering some of these. Hopefully that's not too much of an issue, but we'll see how that goes. Anyways, so this one is actually specifically for us scriptwriters. Is there anything a scriptwriter can do if a VA does something they don't like with their script? Like edits it so the emotional tone is different or attaches tags or a title that have nothing to do with the content. Assume simply talking to them doesn't work. Let's check the randomizer. Okay, I'm before Alvar, so I guess I'll answer this question first. I've actually had a couple of instances of this happening to me where I've had, I guess a very common one is that I'm very much against like AI thumbnails a lot of the time. Again, this has nothing to do with the actual script itself, but I've had it happen several times where VAs will use AI thumbnails after a certain date because I've allowed it for some of my scripts before I made the rule for my terms of use. But a lot of times, like I've had to ask, several times, but sometimes they answer, sometimes they don't. I've had, again, issues where some VAs will maybe make changes. Again, I'm usually okay with ad-libs, but yeah, it's like some of those issues where they might make a couple changes here and there that I don't like. And I have had some difficulty getting in contact in some cases. And there's actually another question that I'll kind of go over this a little bit more with later on, but I honestly don't really know how to answer this in a way that doesn't make it sound bad, I guess, because, I mean, you don't want to put people on the spot a lot of times because, I mean, we've seen this happen before where people get run out of the community sometimes because they did something wrong for, you know, a writer in some of these cases. But again, usually, like, when it comes to changes in my scripts, I kind of just leave it as is. I don't know if you have a different approach to that, Alvar.
I've only really came across it when it's been newer VAs. When it comes to not getting the emotional tone right, not using sound effects, that doesn't make the scene clear. Then again, it's new VAs, and I understand it's quite daunting to get it right on the first try. Yeah, other than that, I think I actively encourage people to throw in a few ad libs, change whatever you need to make it a bit more you. I think, but
yeah, like, I would agree overall.
VAs aren't scary.
Yeah, like when it comes
most
to
VAs aren't scary.
Yeah, like I said, I would agree when it comes to ad libs overall, just because, I mean, I like it when VAs kind of make it their own, but, you know, some people might not be okay with that. I don't know if you want to chime in on this, not since you're a writer yourself.
Well, I'll say I don't really have a great answer for how to deal with situations where VAs go off the rails. Being on both sides of it is very tricky to get it right. Ultimately, what I want to be able to say is that really so much of the creative community's ability to get things done and put these performances out there for listeners, it relies on the trust of everybody involved doing the right thing by each other. So I always like to believe that honest and open conversation allows us to work through these kinds of problems. But in the event that you're not quite able to solve things that way, yeah, I don't really know.
Yeah, it's kind of a difficult question. I also see that, Ash. I don't know what you mean by our 3-hour. What does that have to do with the changes? I don't know. But anyway, I'm not really going to answer that much, since we're not going to be answering a lot of questions in the chat, since we have a lot of questions to go through here. But again, there's a couple of questions later on that kind of delve into this a little bit more, and we'll get to them later on. All right, so our next question, we actually have 2 questions. The first one from Golden Proxy. The question is for the audio artists, so for our VAs. What is your favorite kind of script, and what exactly makes you go, yes, I would like to fill this? And what might keep you from doing so, even if it's a good script? Let me grab the randomizer. Our first VA to talk is Maniculture.
Well, when it comes to filling scripts, one of the main things I look for is it over 1,000 words long? Because I watched a ton of videos when I was starting out, and one of them said that for every 100 words, it's about 1 minute of audio. And considering how fast I talk, I look for scripts that are over 1,000 words long. And then, you know, I go with things that I think would be interesting and fun. Something where I can really get dramatic and, like, weird, you know? Like yanderes or, like, bullies or something. Something where you can just, like, get in the mindset and just go crazy based off of pure emotion to the point where when you're doing the script, you're just saying stuff that comes to mind and how you would feel or what you would say in this situation. Like, I feel like that is what makes me want to get a script, is if I feel like I can see myself being this person in the script.
And I guess as for what might keep you from doing so, even if it's a good script.
Topics.
Wait,
like
OBS
one of the
give me 1 second.
Oh, OBS disconnected.
Okay. Yeah, OBS is going to do that, unfortunately.
So
okay,
OBS,
it's back.
OBS is like a very weird thing.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, guys. Hopefully OBS doesn't do that too much, but it's going to, probably. Especially for how long this stream is going to be. All right, cool. Let's continue that for the culture.
Okay. Okay, so I was going to say there are, like, certain topics I try to avoid, like stuff that I personally is like, that's kind of a weird topic, like pregnancy. I never do those on scripts, because I had a friend who said that is one of the weirder things on scripts, and a lot of people in my Discord have said that that's one of the weirder things on scripts, so I try to avoid that entirely. But other than that, you know, I'll do any script pretty much, as long as it's goofy and I can have fun with it.
Alrighty. Let's see who our next person is. Not you are next.
Well, building what Man of Culture said, anything that has a compelling plot and characters gets my attention personally. I quite enjoy it when I'm reading the script and it takes me just a little by surprise with the direction that they go. Also, that's why titles are really important. Things that are just grabbing your attention and holding it tight. Those are stories that I end up reading. Now, similarly, there's also plot elements and themes that I try to avoid myself. It's actually kind of funny. One of the ones is bullying. I actually, if you've listened to my audios, I think you'll notice that I actually don't have any where I'm explicitly a bully as a speaker. I also try to avoid swearing in a lot of the scripts. Thankfully, a lot of writers are pretty flexible if you reach out to them and will allow you to make small adjustments as long as they sign off on them.
Yes, and that is a very important thing to know from the writer's side. We'll probably talk about it a little bit later, but again, super important for VAs to kind of keep in touch with writers and make sure they're on the same page about a lot of things, especially changes like that. You know, if you're not comfortable with something, you know, I'm pretty sure most writers will be able to get back to you. Some might not, but, you know, it's better to be safe than sorry, you know. Anyways, Nightshade Queen.
Yeah, so I guess, I mean, pretty similarly, I think, like Man of Culture said, things that have a very powerful emotion in it is something that I really look for. And like Not said, a strong plot or an interesting story. Especially, like, I just really want to make an emotional experience if I can. So that's probably the main thing that I would look for. And what might keep me from doing something, even if it's good, is that on my channel, I don't do sad endings, and I don't do characters that are like overly controlling. And I don't really do I'll do like a little bit of horror, but I don't go full on horror really. So, and it like there could be amazing scripts out there that I read this and I'm like, wow, this was incredibly written. And it's, you know, it's just doesn't happen to be what I do.
Alrighty, let's move on to the question for the writers. Same thing from Golden Proxy. For the writers, what is your favorite kind of fill on your script? Do you like it when the audio artist takes some liberties for voice and sound effects wise? And we will turn this over to Alvar first.
I personally love it when people improvise a few lines. Add a few tone inflections that I never thought to put in there. Like, am I allowed to use an example and like shamelessly plug?
Go ahead.
So,
yeah.
I think my favorite script of all time has got to be my script of Two in the Closet by Salty. I wrote the script myself, and I was genuinely laughing at some of the things he put in there himself, and the sound effects were just right. It's just as well, when people get properly into character and go like, for example, proper unhinged psychopath, and I'm like, yes, please scare the people, give us mentally insane, yes, do it. Yeah.
Okay, now I have to tell I guess my story about the fills that I like now. It's kind of a very similar situation where, again, I like it when VAs make it their own, but a lot of the times, I kind of have this thing, and unfortunately, I hate saying this to VAs a lot of the time, that I have a very particular voice in mind a lot of the time when I write my scripts. So some VAs might do an incredible job with their fill, but they're not my character. However, there are 3 exceptions to that rule. 3 VAs that I know that were able to become the character that I wrote and kind of went above and beyond, I guess, what was expected from them. The first is kind of a very small channel. Please go check him out. His name is Boxer ASMR. He did my first ever script, which is the Warlock script. He did amazing job. That is my character, I feel. Like, he did like the best possible job with that role. Another one that's a little bit, let me see, because it was the My Villain Makes You Feel Wanted script fill. Let me see, because I know he changed his name several times. I want to know just to make sure that I'm getting it right. His name, because again, he's changed his name. Picaro. Yeah, so Picaro Audios, that is probably my favorite fill of that script. He was that character for me. And then the last one, hopefully a lot of people have heard this one, or at least heard of this VA, or Miss Wendy Darling, or Miss Wendy's Boys and Girls, or she goes by several different names, with my Secret Encounters series. I think she did a phenomenal job, and she added a lot of really cool ad-libs to it and made it her own. And I absolutely adore that series fill that she did. So again, like I said, I can't really, I guess, expect it from a lot of VAs. And again, I'm always very grateful for pretty much every fill that I get. But a lot of the times, you know, there's just that one person who has that voice that fits my character just super well. And I don't know if you want to add to this, Not, if you would like to, for your own scripts.
Well, for my own scripts, I think what I quite like is when VAs manage to reinterpret the characters through their own lens. Really, as long as they bring passion and creativity to the role, I don't mind at all.
Okay. Let's see. Going on to our next set of questions. I think we have 3 from this person. No, we have 4. Okay, so this one is from Gooderist. Is there a topic, theme, genre that you wish popped up more? And this should be for all of us. Let me randomize. Alvar, you are first.
See, I love seeing unusual monster combos. If we get the standard, vampire werewolf, vampire human, that kind of thing, give me a kelpie. Let's drown the listener. Let's bring out the big scary guys and let's see them. You know, they would usually eat us, but let's see them in cute little relationships, or both. And just as monsters that could
Honestly,
dearly hunt us for sport.
Honestly, I'm surprised we do not have more Kelpie scripts. I wish we did.
We can always. We are writers here. We could,
I mean, we could write them, but we could. It's possible. Add it to the list, the ever-growing list. Okay. Next up is Nightshade.
I don't know if this is necessarily a topic or a theme or a genre, but I would love to see more scripts out there that are where the listener is someone cool or somebody powerful or something, not just like there's a lot of scripts where the speaker is, a vampire or a mafia person, and the listener is just the average person, right, with nothing special about them. And I would just love to see more things where they both have something that's really cool or different or interesting. Because I'd just love to see that sort of dynamic explored more.
Right, and next is Man of Culture.
Well, I guess I would because I do a lot of yandere stuff, but I want to see a more realistic take on a stalker, because I want less Jason Dean, yet less handsome guy who wants to do everything for you, and more final girl stalker Michael Myers type of Scream Ghostface thing, I want to see something more realistic and horrifying, something that can really draw you in and make you just feel scared and happy all at the same time, Yeah.
I kind of want to build off on that, but it's Not's turn. I'll talk about it on my turn.
Very well. I think I'm going to build on top of what Nightshade Queen actually said. I think the active listener scripts are always fantastic, where you get a sense that the listener has a personality and is driving the plot of the story forward. Mm-hmm. That is always really, really cool. And even as a listener, I'd say some of my favorite scripts to hear.
OBS, why do you do this? Okay. Says it reconnected.
And we're back.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Again, so sorry about this.
Yeah.
As we know, OBS sucks. So it does, but you know, we kind of needed to get the job done, unfortunately. But yeah,
All
expect
right.
this to keep happening. So wait, where were you not?
Oh, well, I was going to say that there's some kinds of scripts that I think are not done super often that I would like to see more of. So one of the examples of this, I think, would be comedy scripts. Somebody's actually asking a while back in, I think, the ASMR Script Haven subreddit about where are all the comedy scripts? And you can find them, but they're not as common as some of the other formats. I would also say that something I've been wanting to find more of is, and one of the listeners reminded me of this actually yesterday, consensual hypnosis-themed content. There's a lot of hypnosis scripts out there that I think are sort of a bit non-consensual. So I've tried my best to adapt a couple of them, but I think it's always nice to have like a sweeter version of those, especially considering folks like to use them as sleep aids.
I would second that. That sounds great.
All right, I guess in my case, I'm gonna build off a little bit on amount of cultures. There's this kind of weird joke that I have with a lot of people over on our Script Guild Discord that I've been trying to overrun the yandere genre with villains. But in reality, I do like yandere content. However, what I would like to see more is kind of a more realistic take, or at least making yandere characters more fleshed out than just being a yandere. Because I feel like a lot of the times when I see several like yandere audios or scripts, they all kind of have that same vibe going on. The haha, it's like, what is it? The you're finally awake now, or whatever, you know, and they're tied up or whatever and drugging the listener. And that's kind of their entire personality. Honestly, I wish that we would have more yandere characters where, you know, that's just a part of their personality, but, you know, not the entirety of it. I want to add extra bits here and there. What if the character is, you know, like, again, like, what if they're kind of bratty? Like, what if they're, you know, kind of a shy person? It's like, you know, add something different to it. Like, I don't want to just hear the same lines over and over again. Otherwise, I'm going to use my yandere bingo card where I have all the lines that you see in every single script every single time. Honestly, like, we really need some more fresh yandere content that isn't just what we're used to, I think. Anyways, let's go on to the next question from Goodrest. It is, what are your script turnoffs? Where you see that particular thing in a script and it just kills your interest. Let's get the randomizer. Not is first.
All right, well, let's see here. So I'd say that probably there are three things that I would consider to be script turnoffs. The first is very practical. Using characters from established franchises. Since I don't have permission to do so, I always feel very uncomfortable trying to, for example, voice a character from a famous show or from another anime. Also, content that is just a little too cruel to the listener. I like certainly play acting it being a little intense at times. But anything that's outright cruelty, no, that's not for me. And then the final thing is actually references to real-world events. I do try to minimize those because I like to see the performances as an escape from reality for all of the listeners.
All right, our next one up is Alvar.
I think there's some just genres that I will not touch. I think one of those, I want to use it, pregnancy trope. Tried it once, never again. And just be violently uncomfortable because, you know, sometimes it's really hard for people to go, oh, yeah, this is reality and this is fiction. Yeah, it's get some really weird times from that area that, you know, it's not nice.
Okay, so I am next on this, and I'm actually going to take a little bit of a different approach here. This is more on like the technical writing side, not so much the content. I have two things that I absolutely cannot stand whenever I'm listening to an audio or reading a script. The first one is when we have something like an A for A script and they use pronouns to refer to the listener. So, like the speaker referring to the listener as they, because when you start adding like theys to, I guess, to refer to the listener, it's no longer a 4A script. Because, I mean, especially looking at the context of, you know, a lot of scenarios, like say, for instance, you have the speaker is your friend or whatever. And like in my case, you know, like I'm like she, like you would refer to me as like a she, right? You know, because I'm a girl. If this character is supposed to be my friend, why are they calling me they? You know, like you're kind of taking away that familiarity when you do scripts like that. So that's kind of why, like, especially when I'm going into a 4A script, I don't want to be referred to as they in those cases. Like, just get rid of any sort of reference to the listener in that way. Easy way to do that, you know, you can just give them a nickname or something, you know, like you don't have to like refer to them by a specific pronoun or whatever like that, you know. The second thing that I really cannot stand, and I'm gonna ask Not to help me with this in a little bit. One thing that I really cannot stand is repeating what the listener says, because it
Repeating
makes
what the listener says.
Because yeah, we'll get to that. Not but yeah, it's like it sounds so unnatural. And again, I'm going to use Not as an example here. So Not, say something.
You wanted me to say something?
Yes, I wanted you to say something. Could you do so?
Yes, I could do so. I could say something.
Oh, really? You could say something, really?
Really? Yes, really.
We gotta make this even more awkward. Okay, it's like, okay.
It's the what did you say? Timmy fell down the well.
Yeah.
The well on Drury Lane. The Muffin Man pushed him down the well. What?
Like, if there has to be like a point like in the script where, you know, like if it's supposed to feel like an actual conversation, right? So I'm like, you're not going to be repeating what the person says, right? Like, it sounds super awkward, right? Like, you know, it's like, I shouldn't have to think to myself, yeah, that's what I said. Like, why are you repeating it back to me? So, I mean, I feel like you really shouldn't be doing that. There's only like a couple instances where I would say, okay, yeah, this works. Like, say, for instance, you know, the listener is trying to learn something and then you have like a teach back method sort of thing where it's like, okay, like I'll repeat back what you're telling me just so that I understand. But again, really depends on the context of the situation. But for regular conversation, please do not do that. And if you need help with that, I actually created a guide for how to avoid doing that over on r/ASMR directory, which is Not's sort of personal-esque Reddit or subreddit. So definitely go check that out.
Subscribe today.
Can you even subscribe to it? Actually, no, I don't think you can. But anyways, next person is Nightshade.
Okay, the script turn-offs. I think there's really just one thing that came to mind for me, and that's a script where the character is more of a fantasy than a person. Especially when it's a type of character that it's a female character and she's referencing what she looks like a lot. Like, people don't generally talk like that. They don't say, oh, and, you know, doesn't it feel nice to whatever? Like, you know, there's nothing wrong with that kind of like fantasy or whatever. But I would rather tell a story about like somebody who's interesting for what they're doing, what they're thinking, what they're feeling, than just being like, I don't know, a stand-in for the situation or something like that. So.
All right, and now we have Maniculture.
A script turnoff for me is definitely like, unless I'm doing like a degradation script, I feel like, because you know, I do a lot of yandere content and I've read like a lot of scripts for yanderes, and I feel like sometimes it gets like really too insulting and hurtful, and I never want to hurt anybody's feelings with my videos. I feel like the only reason people really listen to videos is because they need an escape and they need some sort of comfort, you know? So I don't really like insulting a listener too much unless the whole script is degradation and it's slapped on the title so everyone knows. And also I don't really like doing darker topics, like more like close to home, like triggering topics, like talking about abuse and stuff like that, unless I'm comforting it. Because it's just, I feel like I don't really want anyone to feel any like sad emotions or get hurt or anything from any of my videos, But yeah, that's basically it.
Very valid, honestly. Okay, let's move on to the third question from Gooderist. I cannot read this on the sun. I'm so sorry for this. Let me look in the Google Docs. Okay, so this is for our audio artists. Do you have a routine you follow before recording, like some kind of self-care routine, or even setting up for yourself to rest after recording? Let's see. Not as first again.
Well, this is going to be very short for me. So, drink water. If you are a VA, drink water. If you think you already have enough water, drink water. That is the number one bit of advice I think you'll hear from the VA community as far as self-care routines when it comes to recording. Additionally, as far as routines, I do have a lengthy equipment check process. There are so many things that can go wrong when you're recording, so it always helps to check your microphone, your keyboard, your software, your monitor, your headset, all of the things. It actually usually takes me something like 15 minutes to get everything all plugged in and set up.
Also, the water thing was a recommendation we had for the stream too. So yes, hopefully we all stay hydrated throughout the stream. Next up, we have Nightshade.
Yeah, water. Drink lots of water, like all the time. But when it comes to like a routine before recording or anything, like I'm kind of embarrassed to say that no, it's usually like, oh, it's like quiet right now and I have some time and I like, jump into the closet, which is where I record to keep all the sound out, and I'm like, just turn it on and go, and like don't like I don't really like, I probably should have a routine, and it's kind of fly by the seat of my pants usually. Yeah.
Alright, and last we have Maniculture.
I don't really know if I have a routine. Like, I definitely get an entire D&D cup filled with water. But mainly what I do is I just kind of like prepare myself for the vibe I'm going for the character. Like, I did a script, Yandere Slasher Hunts You. I remember I watched the entirety of 3 Scream movies before I did that one. Like, I watch YouTube videos. I just do whatever I need to get in the mood or in the mindset of whatever character I'm doing. Like, if I'm doing a bully, I'll like watch a bunch of like 70s or 80s films or something like that, or I'll watch some clips on YouTube or something. Or heck, I'll just listen to another VA's thing and I'm just like, yeah, I feel the character. I feel like this. This is me. I'm him.
I think the most consistent thing here was drink water. But yes, very good advice. Thank you. Next up, the last question from Goodrist is actually for us writers. So, for the writers, do the performances given ever inspire you to write new things based off their take on it? The first one is me. So, honestly, no. It's like in my head, I already have the character. I don't really think too much. I mean, again, those cases that I mentioned before where I felt like this person is my character, I still don't really think that I would write something specifically because of their take on it or anything like that. I haven't really, I guess, had inspiration off of people. Like, I just stick to my own personal inspiration. Like, I'm very closed off in that sense. I don't know how different it is for you guys. We can do not first.
Well, I actually have 2 answers to this. The first is supporting what Bluechan said. It's more that good performances inspire me to keep writing. It tells me that the work is resonating with VAs. So that, I think, is what you're going to get from most writers. Now, every now and then, though, there are, what I've heard from other writers, performances specifically that get them motivated to write something new. Actually, channel blog, you could take a look at the Thanking an Antihero performance on my channel, courtesy of Time Raft. It's partially inspired by just him listening to the voice I was using for one of his other scripts. And his comment that I have an idea based on that. And then the next thing you know, new script. So it does happen, albeit rarely.
All right, and now we have Alvar.
It kind of depends for me. Like, when I was writing Lemon Drop, there's quite a few people doing it. I was like, some of these voices would fit more of a good ending, and some might fit more of a bad ending. It's just nice to see other people see takes on my scripts, and sometimes I will be like, this script would be more fun for this particular voice if it was like this, and then I'll write a whole new script. Nothing to do with that previous script, just kind of like, this adventuring, doing a little bit of a twist on it, inspired by said person's performance. But I think that's about it in terms of that.
Yeah, I would say, well, I mean, outside of yours, kind of fairly similar sort of answers to an extent. Now we have 2 questions from Yorban. Oh no, OBS. Please, is it working still?
Technical difficulties. Technical difficulties.
It kind of slowed down for me for a second. I didn't get
error. There it is.
Okay, cool.
We're back.
Yeah, it's gonna do that several times, unfortunately. Anyways, okay, so first question from Yorban. I cannot see some of this. Let me go to our Google Doc. So back to writers again. For both writers okay. I guess, I know it's technically for all of us. For both writers picking what to write and VAs selecting scripts to voice, how do you weigh what you think people want to hear versus will do well, or what will do well versus your personal taste? The first one is not.
Well, I'll say personal taste always comes first, because if I don't enjoy it, how can I perform it well? Now, past that, once I've decided that I like the script, I do take the listener preferences into consideration. I always try to find things that I think you'll all find interesting and enjoyable, because I like to believe that you all enjoy good writing and interesting ideas just as much as I do.
Very much so, hopefully. Hopefully our listeners do enjoy that. Next up, we have Mana Culture.
Well, when it comes down to taste, usually I kind of like everything that I do, because I have fun doing a lot, just doing anything, really. But when it comes down to it, like there are like some scripts I try to avoid, even though I thought that they would be fun. Like I did a few fantasy scripts recently, and they got like 3,000, maybe like 4,000 or 5,000 views, and my last video that I uploaded was a Yandere script that was like 40,000 views. So I try to balance it out. I'm trying to put Yandere scripts around the other stuff, so that way hopefully they can boost it and stuff. But I just go with what gets more views, and usually that's Yandere. But every now and then I throw in a passion project that I personally think would be awesome and goofy. That's just me.
And next we have Nightshade.
So when I started my channel, I had no idea like what was going to be popular or not really. And I just I saved a whole lot of scripts that I loved and just started performing them and paying attention to the comments and things. And through that, I kind of learned that I paid attention to things that people were saying that they liked and they wanted more of that weren't necessarily what everybody thinks of. And I guess that has influenced the way I choose my scripts too. trying to fill the niches that are out there that are in demand, but not being filled as much. And that kind of works out well because then I can still play to my personal taste too, since I started with things that I like in the first place. Beyond that, like if there's a script that I'm like that I fall in love with and it isn't necessarily what I think is popular, I will definitely still do it. I think like sometimes it are we still on? Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I
should
think
be.
we are.
Yes.
Okay. I think that it'll affect a lot of things will affect. I'll pay attention to the timing of it. Like if there's something that maybe I don't think it's going to be as popular, I'll slot it in between two things that I think are going to probably get more interest. You know, so that it doesn't. I don't have like a string of like really popular things and then a string of things that aren't. You know, like nobody really loses interest even if something isn't really what they're looking for a video or something.
Okay, and then next we have Alvar.
I just do what I want. I'm like, for the algorithm, I'm just gonna write silly little scripts that cater to my interests, because, you know, it's likely someone else out there is gonna be like, oh yeah, I also like this script, this is really neat. And I just I think when I first started, I started doing more tropey stuff, like, oh, 7 Minutes in Heaven, oh, Single Dad, oh, enemies to lovers, what, enemies and lovers? But now I'm kind of more brave and will venture into niche stuff, you know, because it's all about what you like writing at the end of the day, and it kind of what motivates me. I get to sit down and write really stupid monster scripts at the end of the day.
Honestly, I basically have the same answer as everyone else. Just kind of sticking to a very similar kind of schedule for myself where a lot of the times I'll kind of know at least a couple weeks going in what scripts I want to do for the next week. I know that there are some topics that are a little bit more niche, so I kind of sprinkle those in between the ones that I know that are going to get more hits or at least more upvotes normally. You know, you win some, you lose some, and again, like Alvar said, at the end of the day, it's really just what you want to write, and at the same time, you also have to consider the audience that you have. You know, like, I don't want to lose my audience or anything, but, you know, I also want to write what I want to write, and, you know, conveniently, a lot of the times, the stuff that the audience likes happens to be stuff that I like on occasion, but, you know, kind of a back and forth thing, like everyone else has said. All right, going on to Jorban's second question, which is, do you ever try to incorporate more popular elements into an idea that would otherwise be too niche? If so, any tips on doing so successfully? Nightshade is first.
Oh. Honestly, I don't. The only thing I can think of that would be along those lines is making the character art maybe more attractive than you might think. Like, for example, in the Beauty and the Beast audio that Bluechan wrote, like I could have made that a really hideous beast, but I kind of made her more like a good-looking beast. Because, you know, but otherwise, like, yeah, I don't know. I don't think I tend to not to change what the script says. I tend to just go with it. So.
Now we have Alvar.
I'm not really that. I think I just, me and my monsters, man. I just throw a monster into anything. Although I do really like, because, you know, enemies lovers trope, most popular trope out there. It's one of my personally favorite tropes ever. It's just the drama, give it. But I like the enemies and lovers stuff. I think you can do really fun stuff with that and kind of get the duality while still having the, oh, they hate each other, but they love each other, but they hate each other, but they love each other. that kind of stuff.
And next is Maniculture.
I've been reading this question and I don't know if I really have an answer because I never really incorporate anything popular into my scripts. I might like add like some random lines that I come up with that I think sound pretty cool. I might make a reference or here or there. But when it comes to incorporating popular elements, I've definitely fallen into the trap of like adding spicier cover arts and images because I was like, man, my views are not doing great. I need something, that I can make it pop. I've done that definitely. But other than that, I can't really think of anything.
I mean, I think that's good enough sometimes. Getting all the that's a good way of putting it, I guess. The clickbait for all of our
views. Gotta get them views.
Maybe Not will have a good answer because he's next.
Well, I'll say on the VA side, it's very tricky to try to incorporate those more popular elements unless the scriptwriter leaves in something that says, over here, maniacal laughter. Those are always fun. But outside of that, on the writing side, there's actually something I like to do quite a bit, which is start with a classic story. Yandere pursues you, hero versus villain, something along those lines, but then sort of steer the focus away from that and onto the finer ideas. And that's where you can really stick in the niche content, explore conflicting desires, inner motivations, questions about how the societies might play out the stories very differently. Because everyone already knows what's going on with the A plot, focus on the B plot. And that's how you get those niche bits of ideas in.
So I have a very boring answer to this question. Just add kissing to your scripts, honestly. Honestly, people love hearing it. I mean, again, like some VAs might not be comfortable doing it. I know some VAs who kind of avoid it just because YouTube can be a little finicky overall. But I feel like a lot of times, like when going into romance scripts and stuff, people want to hear the kisses, like that's that's just it. And honestly, even outside of that, I feel like the general idea of making a niche script a little bit more digestible to your audience is to add elements that are kind of universal, again, like the enemies to lovers, or for instance, actually, let me use an example of one of my scripts. I did one script that was about like two dolls who couldn't be together, and that's kind of like the star-crossed lovers thing, like people like that kind of stuff, right? So you can kind of add like a lot of popular elements to niche ideas. So I don't think that niche ideas have to just be completely niche. You can have more universal themes throughout them overall. Okay, so that was Yoruban's questions. Next up we have one from Dark Twisted. I think this one is specifically for Not, interestingly enough. Who is your favorite monster from the scripts you've recorded?
Oh, this is perfect, given the conversation occurring in chat. Humans. No, just kidding. Snake people.
Relatable.
So Naga, for example, actually one of my favorite kinds of monsters to play. So, for those of you who want to be wrapped up in my coils, we have something for you. You can go and check out all of the Naga content there. Now, outside of that, though, I do like playing dragons, where you get to use a deeper, stronger, more intense voice. That is a lot of fun. So, snakes and dragons. Those would be my two favorite types of monsters to voice.
Very nice. Also, we are going to be getting into Nelson's questions. Nelson decided to give each and every one of us 5 questions, so we're going to be... Actually, yeah, 5 questions per person. So there's 25 questions from one person. So thank you, Nelson, for that. Instead of doing our usual, I'm going to kind of go back and forth between each person. Except for myself, I'm going to be leaving my questions for the end. And the reason why is because I do want to, or at least I think the questions that Nelson gave me are ones that I kind of want to open up to the rest of the VAs because I think it's relevant to hear from them, their answers, and not just mine, because, they're community-related questions. So let's start with Not's question. You just came off of that other question, but we have another one for you. It is, what has been the impact of ASMR VA work on your life? It could be something akin to a boost in confidence, a good hobby that calms you down. Really, any notable effect it had on you?
Well, I say with anything that takes a good portion of your time and interest, it's a very complicated question to answer. But at a minimum, I would say it allows me to just be more expressive. See, a lot of times when I would do these sorts of voices, it's just me dancing around my kitchen, doing silly little voices for myself. For example, sometimes I would just shift into random voices for fun. But I like to have now this creative outlet that allows me to share my passion for it with others, and a way to unwind from the stresses of the day. So sometimes I get a little too excited about the whole idea, and I need to reel it back in, so that way I'm not turning it into a second or third job.
Okay. So, our next question will be for Alvar. Do you write non-ASMR related stuff? If so, do you think that a talent for writing ASMR scripts translates over to other creative mediums?
Indeed do. I write screenplays, but at the moment I've only written short films and a TV pilot. But I do plan on writing a game script this year, which is going to be fun. They definitely do. Like, when I first started writing, I really struggled with dialogue. It always sounded too stiff for me whenever I was writing it. Of course, we're very small. All you do is write dialogue. It's kind of there in the name. It kind of pushed me to do something that I was bad at and forced me to improve, like throwing me into the deep end, and sure as hell hope I float to the top eventually.
We're gonna have to hear that game script at some point. I would be down to read it.
Yeah, it's got monster girls. You can't see me, but I'm doing the Debbie Ryan hair thing.
Alright, next we have a question for Nightshade Queen that I'm gonna have to look over here for, because it's getting cut off for me. Do you think stories are universal regardless of gender? That most script, M for F or F for M, aren't really restricted by those tags? If so, do you believe gender tags are an important designation?
I love this question. I read it and I thought, oh God, I could talk for the whole podcast on this. But I'm not going to do that. I think that, so there are some obvious restrictions, like based on biological sex. Like, for example, a script that's like your girlfriend tells you that she accidentally got pregnant, right? That's going to be a very different story if it's like two cisgender women versus, the cisgender male listener. Like, that's that factor can come into it sometimes. So some stories do rely on gender tags, but if it's not something like that, if there's not something inherent in the story that has that factor in it, I seriously think that we're all like based from the same, we're all made from the same stuff. And I think that most of what there are differences in regards to gender are things that are learned or taught by our culture. And that when you step outside of what we generally consider typical behavior for one gender or another, it's almost shocking how much people can relate to it, or how much it's like, I see responses on scripts that I've gender flipped that I think, like, there are people who really wanted more of this kind of dynamic, but it's just not put out there in the world because that's not what our society is used to or has trained us all to expect. So I think that there is just a huge benefit in in gender flipping or in writing scripts that are gender neutral, or not allowing those roles or those expectations to control what we're putting out there, what we're creating. Yeah.
Honestly, even though this isn't my question, I kind of want to build off on that. There's actually been a couple times where I've written A for A scripts where I've seen some listeners say, this sounds like it was gender flipped, like from an F for M. So it's kind of an interesting thing to hear sometimes from the listener side where, you know, they have a particular, you know, thing in mind where it's like, this dynamic is specific to these particular genders. But, you know, like, obviously the person who is voicing it is, you know, completely different from what that person expected. So, again, kind of an interesting little thing that I've noticed. Anyway, let's get back to other questions. So, Man of Culture, your question. Oh my gosh, it's this one.
Wait, what question?
The plug from Nelson. Is there a certain shirt or sweater you feel is best worn to enhance ASMR? And he really wanted me. He got mad that I didn't put the plug for your merch initially. So here it is. If you guys want to go buy Man of Culture's merch.
I'm gonna be completely real. When it comes to it, doesn't everyone just want to be comfortable, right? My sweaters are amazing. I love wearing them. I am wearing a sweater right now. Go check it out. Seriously, my merch, amazing. Greatest thing you've ever seen. I 100% believe it like puts Supreme to shame. But you guys should go check that out. But in terms of actual clothing, I love a good cardigan. Like, I will go to Ross and I'll go to like the female section. And I will buy a overly sized cardigan. It is so comfortable. But yeah, that's how I feel about clothes.
Yeah, you heard him. Go buy his merch, guys. You got it.
Got that merch.
Wait,
Go buy the merch, guys.
Make me not broke.
Culture in a Hello Kitty sweater when? Hello Kitty cardigan when?
Come on, you gotta do it.
The Hello Kitty cardigan. Maybe one day. Maybe 200,000. I'll put on a Hello Kitty cardigan.
You guys heard it. Make it happen.
Yes.
It's when you do the face reveal.
I said 100K.
Well, again, you guys heard.
Fair, I never
make it happen.
I never even thought I would get this far. So
make it happen, guys. All right. Next one. We are back to not. I'm gonna have to look at some of these on this end. Is VA work something you feel is for everyone, or are there a couple of things you recommend someone have before getting into it? Really, it's for people on the fence.
Well, I see why this was directed to me, because I have a very, very clear opinion on this. And that is, if you have an interest in trying it out and you have something to record your voice with, that is all you need to start doing amateur VA work. And I do believe it is for everyone, in the sense that I believe it's actually a lot like cooking. See, not everyone's going to be a professional chef or a celebrity chef. But I believe everyone can learn to cook if they have an interest in it. And likewise, while I don't think we're all going to end up being the next internet sensation or appearing in all the hit animated series, we can all enjoy the satisfaction of creating something and sending it out into the world.
A very thoughtful answer. Thank you for that. Let's move on to Alvaar's question. Do you feel ASMR as a whole limits you, that the genre confines your writing or pressures you to write a certain way, ranging from the confines of the medium to audience interests?
For the first part, I feel like sometimes, depending on the scripts, like most of the times in my screenplays, I will go over the top with like background detail, like I'll include flowers that mean something, or like a book that basically inspired most of the screenplay. You know, just little adds to the character that you could only visibly see. And ASMR, the listener can only see what the speaker tells them is there, what the sound effects tell them is there. For example, like have bottles bubbling, or going, oh, there's a lock on the door, good luck getting out, haha, and something like that. But for the second part, for audience interest, it's kind of freeing to do scripts I want to do. Like with screenplays, I have to really take into consideration like what does X film company want me to write? What is popular at the moment in media? What TV shows are doing well currently? Audience demands are there. I have to worry about writers' strikes and etc. etc. Whereas in ASMR, I can just kind of be like, okay, what speaker and listener would I like to explore today? What random topic can I spend 4 hours researching for like a 10-minute script?
Alrighty, let's move on to Nightshade. What are your thoughts on scripts that use a lot of non-con abusive themes and language, particularly the yandere genre, often employing very one-sided consent?
Okay, so yeah, like I said earlier, I don't really do any scripts where there's like very controlling relationship, which is often a lot of yandere tends to be that way. And it's not a judgmental thing. It's not like I think that you shouldn't do that. That's a bad type of like. There's nothing like that. It just happens that my personal experiences, like I have actually experienced some controlling relationships, and so for me, it's not. It took the shine off of that fantasy. It's not something that I enjoy spending time in, and I'm kind of method in my acting approach, so it would, not be good for my mental health if I was spending a lot of time trying to get into that type of character. So that's the main reason why I just don't do it. But like at the same time, I completely get why people would enjoy a fantasy where somebody else has taken control and you don't have to be the person in control, or where somebody, especially with the yandere, the part where they, and a huge part of the character is that they love you so much they do anything, right? So, sorry, I think my connection was a little wonky for a second.
Yeah, I think it kind of did that for a second.
Okay. Yeah. So I think, I think that there's definitely, I can totally get why that's a good fantasy, and why I lost my train of thought. That totally messed me up. But no, like the part where the character.
I think we're having some issues. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. There's gonna be buffering, unfortunately. I don't know if it's kind of off on you guys' end.
I think I still see it coming through.
Everything seems fine for me.
Okay, yeah.
I can refresh it.
It just tells me there's an error.
Chat, we're looking at you guys. Better behave yourselves.
Chat. Is it okay right now? Yeah. It's telling me YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming.
It looks good on my end.
Okay, hopefully that's not going to be an issue.
Hopefully a little bit of lag, I think, will be okay.
Hopefully that fixed itself. Like I said, we're going to have issues because it's OBS. Anyway. Continue if you had anything else. Sorry for messing up with the train of thought.
No. Yeah, that's fine. I was just gonna say that I do. There are some yandere scripts that I do some story, like, because I do like that the part of it where the obsessive or the very intense love story, like that's also kind of like, I think that's a very interesting story to tell too. So I do that, some of those stories on my channel as well. But really, like I said, I just, like I said, I don't have any kind of. I think if it was presented, if somebody was like had a channel where they were doing yandere and it was like, this is what real love looks like, stalking and kidnapping or whatever, then that would be like, okay, well that's a little problematic, right? But that's not what this is generally. And I think that we're all allowed to have whatever fantasies we want to have. So, yeah.
All right, we got through the question.
Well said.
Okay, let's move on to man culture's question. What's the difference between recording a safe for work and not safe for work audio? Is there a change when you record or how you approach the two?
Well, one of the most obvious I can think of is what it's getting posted on.
There we go. There we go.
Is there reconnected?
Yeah, it's back.
Um,
Maybe.
So, okay, so genuinely, one of the things that goes with what goes on the Patreon and what goes on YouTube is that for both of them, I always want there to be a interesting story. You know, I don't want it to just. I don't want it to the stuff that goes on Patreon to encapsulate the whole audio. I want like good story build up. I want things that like lead into it. You know, but most of the difference is just like the items I need, like, and that's about it. And where I post it, there's not really much difference.
Now Nelson wants to plug your Patreon.
Everyone, go check out my Patreon. If you're a tier 3 subscriber, I shout you out at the end of every video.
See, Nelson, you got to start doing this for the rest of us. Why is it just Man of Culture?
If you see any of us, just throw money. Throw
Nelson
money
is
at us. Basically,
Nelson's
if it
the
hits us in
MVP
the
for you.
head, points.
I think it's because I'm extremely broke. This is just
Oh my gosh, but yeah. I think all of us have like either Patreon or like a Throne account or Coffee. Go check that out. Shameless plug.
Can we put plugs over here, guys? Go check out everyone here.
Yeah.
Everyone here is awesome.
Pause
If someone
us.
buys the shipping
cannot-
container
I
mansion
cannot
from
disagree
my
with
throne,
that. I don't do commissions, but I do take gifts on Throne.
Pause us, or we
Uh,
will. Us or else we will individually each come to your houses and grab your ankles just before you go to bed. This is a
I
threat.
will throw a penny at your shin.
You know, honestly, like, this is gonna sound weird, but you know, maybe they might be okay with us coming to their houses. I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing. I would be afraid of the listeners.
That is the most yandere thing I've heard all day.
Okay, let's move on.
We'll be eating your
don't-
leftovers.
I do not drive, so I'll have to take an Uber. I full-heartedly am broke, so I expect the listener
Dude,
to
if
take.
you want to pay for
the-
his Uber,
If you pay for my Uber, I will show up. Otherwise, I'm too broke. I'm gonna have to walk or get a bike.
all right. Okay, next question. For Not, something I've noticed with a lot of VAs is they come and go so fast. Why do you think VAs pop up as quickly as they disappear?
I'll start by saying ow, but let's see. I would say that probably it's a combination of factors. Of course, it's going to be different for every VA, but on the whole, to be a bit serious about it, VA work can be pretty stressful at times, especially if you have goals you're trying to work towards as a creator. Thankfully for myself, I don't really have many goals, so that keeps it a little less stressful for me. But I would say that a lot of new creators tend to appear and then leave the scene pretty quickly because really the deck is stacked against them in several respects. If you're competing for fame, you're competing against some of the most talented people all across the planet. If you want fortune, well, you're competing against people who do this for a living. So that is quite challenging. But really, I think most of what burns out VAs is not so much the VA work itself. So it's not the acting part that really takes it out of you. It is all of the other things around it. I'll say YouTube is a labyrinth of complexity. There is some complexity as well in handling things like community interactions. Hello, chat. And also figuring out how to organize everything. If you've seen my Airtable, yes, that is extremely difficult to keep up to date. So I think those are all things that combine to cause VAs to both pop up quickly because it's easy to get started, and then to disappear pretty quickly as well because there's really so much to do.
Alrighty, let's move on to Alvar. What makes you proud of a script? the hallmarks of walking away from a script feeling like it's a 10 out of 10.
It depends on a few things. Like, if a script's harder to write, I end up just being proud of myself for writing it. Like, sure, I might not like it, or be like, damn, that script was a total B word. You know, I still wrote it, and then I did it. And, you know, scripts are easier to write are fun, and I'm still proud of myself for writing them. I'm just proud all the time. That's why I have a massive ego. The scripts are my babies, words are words. And if people enjoy them, that's even better. You know?
I think we should agree with that as writers in general. As long as somebody likes it, you know. Or as long as we like it too, I think. Okay, next up we have a question for Nightshade. What do you feel you do best as a creator, and how have you developed your talents along the way?
So I think that I am kind of lucky that my experiences leading up to this just kind of suit doing this very well. Like, I have theater experience, have been acting since I was a kid. I have art training, so that makes making thumbnails and doing design work easier. Even I have writing experience, even though like I don't really write my own scripts very much. I guess I've developed a lot of skills that just work well to be able to do this. If I had to pick one thing, I think I'm fairly good at making at portraying characters in a realistic way, or making the emotions feel real and valid. I hope I am good at it anyway. You know, I try. But yeah, I think that, you know, I just am kind of lucky that I had the opportunity to train and learn in a lot of these things already.
Now we have monoculture. For you, what makes a famous ASMR artist? Is your goal to make money with ASMR, or is it just for fun?
Well, I feel like for a while my goal was to make money. Well, what was to make money? Because honestly, you know, I started this as a joke mostly with my friends, because I had the equipment because I wanted to do voice acting. And then I was like, you know what? I'm gonna like fall into this. Let's try this little ASMR thing. And you know, I had a lot of fun with it. Like, I feel like there have been points in my life where I've been like depressed on my mind, and I get a comment on one of my videos and I'm like, you know what? That gave me a reason to smile today. That's awesome. I think what makes a famous ASMRist isn't really views or anything. It's just kind of passion, honestly. Like, passion and commitment. Like, one of my favorite ASMRs, Fake ASMR, I've tried to upload daily. It is a killer and I wish it on nobody. But somehow Fake does it. And I admire somebody that works that hard at their craft and just wants to do this. I guess hard work and passion is what makes a great ASMRist.
And now we are going back to not. Since I'm curious if you feel like having a writer personalize a script or writing a script for yourself impacts the quality of the audio. If so, how big is the influence?
Ooh, complicated questions. Well, I will say that I feel that scripts written for particular voices makes it easier for the VA to perform, since you don't have to do as much acting if the character already sounds like you. So I think in that sense, personalized scripts tend to be higher quality performances because it's easier to give good performances. However, that is not a universal truth, because I think it often comes down to how well the writer understands the mind of the VA and how well the VA really understands the material. So I will also say, when it comes down to the cold, hard mathematics, I have not seen a noticeable difference in the performance of personalized scripts versus non-personalized scripts. And from listener comments, I don't think the listeners can really always tell. So, that's your two different views on the same topic.
Now we have a question for Alvar. What are some tips or advice for someone just starting out? Someone who has never written in their life and wants to write an ASMR script?
Read anything. Movie screenplays, other scripts, books, comics, or listen to audiobooks, watch movies, cartoons. Consuming media that like other people have written has personally really helped me. Listening to people talk and analyze that media as well. For example, if you're looking for personal recommendations, okay to do some looking. I have a website.
Do we need to plug
Okay.
the website?
It's called Script Slug. It has a ton of movie and TV show screenplays, and then there's YouTube channel Cinema Therapy. It's comfort YouTube stuff that I love to watch that covers different genres and goes into detail about what they did wrong, what could be improved, what could be better, and books. Books are good to read. If you want any help writing anything, go to authors. A lot of the ones that have Instagram accounts will share their personal advice. They said this book and that book, and it's just helpful, you know. See, anything that comes from a written form of media is going to help you tremendously.
Right, next up we have Nightshade. Got this question. Did you listen to ASMR before you started VA work? If so, what are some of your favorite audios?
I did, and it would be hard to recommend. Like, there are so many good audios out there. I can say when I remember, like, when I first discovered, I'd been watching like ASMR videos to help me fall asleep, and then like one day I discovered that there were audios too, right? And I remember this day that one of the first things that I actually listened to happened to be one of Knott's series. Yeah. It was the Anything for You series, which is going to make me sound like kind of a hypocrite because I just said like I don't really enjoy yandere stuff. But it was done, I don't know, I found it captivating, and it wasn't, you know, I don't know, it drew me in, and I listened to the whole thing because I just wanted, like, I wanted to see how it was going to end, and I wanted to see if this character is going to, like, I don't know, grow or whatever, and it was so cool that I just felt like his voice was so powerful and so, like, expressive, and it was one of the big reasons I kept looking for more things and kept listening to more ASMR. And then very shortly after that, I think there was I found an audio. It was by Ramble King, who was SBF Audios at the time. It was Best Friend Helps Out Your Crush or something like that. And it was another, like, completely different type of thing, but it was very, like, I don't know, soft and realistic and, like, wholesome, and I went, there's so much that could be done with this medium, and I think that, I don't know, those I'd say were influential to me in wanting to do this myself.
Also, I think we have a similar question for everyone a little bit later down the line, but we'll get to that.
I can hold off on that one.
Like, how we got
my answer already.
Yeah, it's fine if you want to skip over it since you mentioned it, but it's going to be for all of us at some point.
Also, I'm blushing now, so thank you.
Yes, go check out Knott's work. He is incredible.
Yeah.
More shameless plugs, by the way. Anyway, Man of Culture. As an ASMR creator who streams, is there a wish to move into more streaming content? If so, would you ever do ASMR live?
I would potentially do it if I could figure it out. I'm not exactly that, like, savvy when it comes to tech or anything like that, so I barely know how to stream as it is. But, you know, I feel like I feel like a lot of ASMRs should probably move to live, at least because that's just what I think. Because when I was starting out, I did a lot of like ASMR videos, and I was just trying to work like really hard at it. And then I remember I watched it was from a different channel, it was from an alt channel that nobody really knows about, for a ASMRist named Dude That's Wholesome. And I remember that they were talking about ASMR, and they said that you should never let YouTube's ASMR thing be your one facet if you ever want to do this as a job. If you ever want to do this for the rest of your life, you should never let that be what your one income. So I thought about it. I was like, how could I branch out? And I was like, you know what? I'll do live streams, because I grew up watching like people like Jacksepticeye and Markiplier and PewDiePie and Cryotic and stuff. So I was like, I'll play games, I'll be entertaining, I'll be funny. It's just, I'm a goofy, weird guy, and people tend to like talking to me. So maybe people will like this. But yeah, I think it's always good to have multiple forms of income if you want to do this in the long run. And I think live streaming could be a great one, especially with the new market for VTubers and how much people like them. So yeah, that's about it.
All right, back to Not.
Mm-hmm.
Is VA work something you see yourself doing forever, or is it something you'll fade out within a decade or a year? What are your thoughts on the longevity of ASMR VA work?
Again, ow, Nelson. No, I would say that forever is a long time for anything. So I don't want to say that I'll do it forever. But I do like to think that I'll continue to entertain people with my voice for as long as I'm able to do so. Now, what form that would take? Oh, I don't really know. But one of the great things about a lot of the VA work, although it may not end up being ASMR VA work, storytelling as an art form will be, I think, around as long as people are. So, regardless of whether you would consider it ASMR, or whether you can find it on YouTube, I am sure there will always be a place for it.
Honestly agree. Also, yes, Nelson, you made a lot of questions. Maybe
That's why you weren't
limit
allowed
it
to
next
ask
time.
any more.
Maybe we will limit it in the next one. But this was our test stream, Gotta iron out the kinks after. Alright, let's move on to Alvar. What are some of the challenges you faced while writing, whether it's from writer's block to lack of inspiration to simply struggling with burnout, and how you overcome it?
I struggle with what I like to call word block a lot. Like, I'll have plenty of inspiration, I'll know what I want to write and what I want to say, just unsure of how to write it or how to say it. And like, my worst days, I'll end up writing the same bit of dialogue for like over an hour because it doesn't sound quite right or doesn't sound very human. Does that make sense? And in those cases, I just put my laptop down and physically walk away from my work. Like, whatever's going on, I drop it and I leave it and I go do something else, whether that's just to go to a walk, going to the shops, or just going outside and touching some grass, like some of these little guys need to do in the chat right now. But yeah, and learning the importance of taking breaks, and especially when you have writer's block, just leave it, come back to it, and like I said earlier, consume other media that can help as well. Listening to other humans talk, normal human interactions, that kind of thing.
Right, moving on to Nightshade. What are some things you appreciate from your audience?
That's easy. Everything. Like everything. I love when people write me little like vignettes or stories in the comments sometimes. I think that's amazing. I love when people have so much to say that they write me like huge comments. I love when people write me a little comment that just says like, thank you so much, or like, love this, or anything at all. I love it. Doesn't, if you can't leave a comment, because I know everybody's not comfortable doing that. I love when I see the likes or just the views or like just being there and listening. Like cannot tell you how much I appreciate the fact that there are people who want to listen to my voice, and that, like, I don't know, that I'm able to be there, and that I can be doing this. So everything. I appreciate everything from you guys. And I might have a dream of someday that there'll be a Nightshade Queen ASMR fandom on AO3, and people will be writing me fanfics and drawing a fan art. But yeah.
I think that's the dream for all of us.
Right?
Fanfics for our scripts. That would be awesome.
I'm gonna voice a fanfic if I get one.
Oh my gosh. Wouldn't that be something? All right. Last question for our group, which is for metaculture, then we move on to all my questions. A lot of your most highly viewed content is yandere. So I wonder, as a genre, do you feel yandere is a bit overdone? If so, what would you like to see more of?
I feel like I don't really think yandere is overdone. I just feel like okay, because I think it's with me. I fell in the trap of I'm the yandere guy, so everyone watches me for my yandere content. But I would love to do crazier stuff. Like I don't know why, but there's something about like doing like mythological stories. Like I have been searching for months for a Jekyll and Hyde script, and I can't find one. And at this point, I'm desperate enough to where I might pay for one to get made, or I might just make it myself like I did last time. But I want to see like more like mythological stuff, like Dracula or the Wolfman or Frankenstein, Jekyll and Hyde, because that's the cool, like interesting stories that I love. I don't know. I'm kind of a nerd when it comes to that stuff. I'm kind of a history nerd and a folklore nerd. But yeah, I would like to see more stories based off of ancient stories, I guess.
It's funny that you mentioned the Jekyll and Hyde thing. I feel like I brought that up in the Discord, like about a possible script for that. So maybe I might end up writing that. I'll add it to my list, and I will let you know.
I've been looking for months.
It's gonna be a
and
while,
I have a cover ready.
It's gonna be a while though. I'm gonna go into my next series soon, but I will put it on my list just for you.
Watch the musical. I got way too into it.
Also, if anyone hasn't seen the Jekyll and Hyde the musical, please watch that. It's really good.
Also, go check out my Frankenstein video because Frankenstein awesome.
All right, now we're on to all of my questions. Again, like I mentioned, some of these I want to open the floor up to everyone else because I think it's kind of important to hear a lot of people's opinions on these things and not just mine, just because it's such a broad concept. So this first one is, I'm curious about your thoughts on how things have changed since you started writing. This could be general community attitudes or odd trends you've noticed. So we actually kind of discussed this a little bit yesterday in our group while we were testing things out. It actually just came to mind recently that when I started doing ASMR scripts, there weren't actually a lot of villain scripts back in the day. And then once I started writing them, I started noticing people writing more, and I was so happy about it. So I'm very glad that more people are writing villain scripts. I love villain characters in general. Villain speakers are my favorites to write, honestly, and just generally evil characters. And I'm glad that it's kind of getting more popular as the years go by. So, I mean, I don't know about you guys. I'm going to open this question up to you all. I don't know if we want an order for this, unless anyone wants to just chime in.
More monster listeners. Give me monsters. Let me be the monster, please. So,
I say a viewer. Oh, sorry. I say this as a person who watches ASMR on the daily, like probably 4 or 5 hours out of the day. I really want to see more like fantastical D&D type of stuff, Like, am I the only one who wants like orcs, goblins, wizards, or I want like I've noticed that's become a little bit more popular recently because of like I honestly attribute it to the D&D movie. But I want to see more of that weirdness, you know? I don't know. I
Honestly,
think that'd be cool.
With the popularity of Baldur's Gate 3, I mean, we might see more people doing it. You never know.
I saw what
Baldur's-
happened to the Bear Husband video and how you all reacted as soon as those seeds came out. I watched that video explode in popularity.
Yes, more shameless plugs.
Shameless plugs. Go for it, guys. Help.
Go look at everyone's content here, guys. Come on. All right. Next question. This one's actually specifically for me. Your script writing guide was very well done. Thank you, Nelson. It begs the question, will there be more, and what are some things you'd like to improve? So the thing that Nelson's talking about here, it's actually on this channel that we're live streaming to. I did a beginner's guide to script writing, and please, if you are interested in getting into script writing, go watch that video. I tried to condense a lot of things that I think are especially important when you're starting script writing as well. There are going to be more. I do want to talk about series. I think there might have been a question later where I kind of wanted to talk about it, but I guess I'll talk about it here to an extent. Something that I want to tell people, I guess, is to, you know, make sure that you outline your series going in. I know some people here, like Alvar, don't outline their series. Sometimes they do. And I think it is one of the most helpful things for a writer to do, especially, you know, like if you want to keep VA retention and audience retention as well, because I think you want to make sure that, you know, or at least your audience wants to know that that series is going to be complete. So whenever I do my series, I make sure that I outline everything going into it, just so that I know that I can finish the series and not leave people hanging. So more on that when I make a video on it sometime. I'm very busy, but hopefully we can get to that at some point. As for things to improve, there were a couple of issues that I had with the one that I posted. I noticed when going back and re-listening to it, I kind of made some mistakes in my wording, going off the script a little bit that I wrote for myself. Hopefully we don't have that issue again going into this next one, but you never know. Next question, and this is one I'm going to open the floor to everyone because I think it's very important. I know you as a community-oriented person, so I'm curious what sorts of changes you'd like to see. Specifically, what do you think could be improved? So I kind of want to talk a little bit about how, as mentioned before, there have been some issues with communication between VAs and writers a lot of the time, especially in that earlier question about people making changes, or like the VAs making changes to the works of the scriptwriter. And sometimes, you know, like I've had this issue where I've tried to get a hold of some VAs who have very difficult, you know, I don't want to say like difficult means of communication, where actually I'll give one example. There was one VA who had posted a fill onto their Patreon and hadn't sent it to me, which is a requirement for me that I ask people to send, you know, like Patreon exclusives to me because, I mean, it's my work also. And I had a really hard time trying to find a way to communicate with this VA because I didn't know the name that they used for Reddit because they never sent me stuff on Reddit. I didn't really have anything like a Discord for the person. The only thing that I had for them was a Twitter account. And the really sucky thing about Twitter is that when you try to send a message to somebody who is not on your friends list, it won't pop up as an automatic notification. So the person has to automatically like look into, or they have to go look at the messages on their own, you know, like even if there isn't a notification to see it. So it took about like a month for this VA to get back to me. So I mean, that's kind of my big thing. Please, for VAs especially, open that line of communication for your writers, like whether it's a business email or Discord or something like that. Make yourself available to your writers just in case we have some kind of issue with your fill or the fact that you didn't send it to us. But yeah, that's my big thing. I don't know about what you guys think, or if you have any similar opinions.
Well, let's see. I think we've gone several directions there, so I'm trying to think of perhaps which piece I want to respond to. I will say that oftentimes just talking with the VAs when you're able to get a hold of us, it is very helpful for resolving many of these issues. I did want to relate that very early on, I actually had a bit of back and forth with one of the script writers where there was a misunderstanding about the way the credit should work. But we were able to sort it out pretty well just by actually talking it through. Um, I'd say initially on the VA side, when you get a message from a writer like, hey, you messed up, it's a little scary. But as long as everything is done as with the right intentions, I feel like most issues can really be worked through. So keep those lines of communication open and don't be afraid to reach out.
Very much so. I feel like a lot of people are kind of scared sometimes to reach out, or at least don't know how to reach out. So again, make yourself available. That's my.
We also all make mistakes, so
we all
please,
do.
a little bit of understanding too.
I think I'd like to say that for sure, if there's a writer out there, if I did something in your script that I made a mistake, I did something you're not happy with, or you would not want me to do again, then please do tell me. I'm on Reddit and I have a business email, and I really want to know. Like, I think that I would have like nothing here if I didn't have you guys. So yeah.
It's if
Oh,
don't be scared. We don't bite. We don't bite.
We don't bite much.
We don't bite unless
maybe the
provoked.
VAs who do the vampire scripts fight. I don't know. Do you guys bite?
On the being scared front, I'm like, dude, I'm terrified. Like, I feel like the biggest problem with me was when I got invited to this, because I still barely talk to anyone, because everyone here is just like, oh my god, it's like walking among people who are like legends. It's like I'm just like the peasant looking at like Lancelot or King Arthur, and I'm just like, oh my god, I recognize that name. They're famous, and I'm just like, oh god, that's scary.
It's so nice of you to say. Honestly, maybe we'll have more people on here. Again, like I said, we don't discriminate on who we want for our future podcasts. So, I mean, if you want to join us for this, by all means, we're over there on Discord. You can send me a DM saying that you're interested in joining in our next one. Again, we don't care who you are. Just come in. We're all goobers here. That's my that's what I think, honestly. We'll see if we can get Esme. I don't know. Esme's in the Discord. We'll see. I tried reaching out to several people. We didn't get
Esme
responses.
is very friendly, by the way. Shout out to Esme.
Yes.
Yeah, they're cool.
We have
Wait,
a lot
you said
of cool people
Esme?
in Discord.
Is that their complete name?
Oh, it's Esme Jones.
Oh god.
Yeah, Esme's in the script.
So many of their scripts.
Esme's in the Discord.
I saw them text a few times and I was like, oh my god.
You've got like your swooning fan out ready to faint dramatically at the sight of them.
Again, we will try our best to get people to come in. I asked several people. Who did I ask? I wanted Brainy Dragon to join us, but he was just sitting around eating popcorn. Just watching us. Sorry. I asked Seth too. He didn't get back to us. I wanted Vivi also to join us. Like basically everyone who helped us with the big villain collab. If anyone hasn't seen that, go on to Seth VAR. I think he changed his name to Seth ASMR now. If you haven't watched the big collaboration, the villains play a White Elephant with You as the gift. A lot of us were a part of that, and all of us in the Discord kind of joined together to make that that happen for you guys. So I mean, go check it out again. Shameless plug.
I listened to it last night. It's so relaxing.
Take it from Maniculture.
Is so good.
It is such a fun. It was such a fun project to work on, honestly, and that was the cool thing about the Discord. We all kind of have more opportunities now. I mean, even Maniculture, you, me, Ash, and Alvar got together because of one of the events that we did on the Discord. Probably would have never happened if we didn't have the Discord. So I mean, really great way to get your foot in the door and have more opportunities. I think
you can't get your foot in the door, break the window. We allow forceful entry in this Discord server.
Yeah, just crowbar like Jimmy through the locks on your door or stuff like that.
James Bond, fall through the ceiling.
It's like da-na-na, da-na-na.
Also, same thing goes for, the most recent video that Nightshade put out. We had an event going on this month where VAs were putting out ideas for scripts that they wanted, and that was one of the prompts, and I did it. So, it's like lots of opportunities.
I just want to throw this out there real quickly. I got offered the chance to be in a Stranger Things thing, and I'm praying that I get to be Steve Harrington. I love that. Greatest opportunity I've ever had.
Yeah, you guys heard it here. All the cool opportunities on our Discord, our ASMR Script World Discord, if anyone is interested in joining. All right, moving on to the next question. What are some negative aspects or common occurrences you find plague the ASMR community? So this is kind of building off of what I was saying before. Again, lack of communication. A lot of the time, there's been a lot of issues we've had in the past of, sometimes, there's been stories that I've heard of VAs stealing scripts off of Patreon because they went and transcribed the video like somebody else's fill that actually had subscribed to some writer's Patreon or whatever. We've had several cases of VAs not crediting writers, and again, each person kind of has their own terms of use, and you just kind of want to make sure that you're following through with that person's requirements, because again, it's not only your work, it is the work of the writer as well. So it's a collective process to make these audios come together. So you should probably respect the person that you're getting your content from. And again, something that I really want to stress for VAs, especially if you're new to this, is that you might not have a brand that works with a certain writer, and that's okay. But again, if their brand does not fit your brand, I would recommend to not do their work, because there's going to be a lot of conflicts going on. You might have issues, you might have people calling you out. It's happened before. So again, just be very careful when looking into new writers and seeing what their requirements are before you actually start filling their works. And I don't know what you guys have to say about it. Anything else that you've seen, maybe issues for the VAs or on the VA's end?
Well, I'll say on the VA side of that, similarly, it's actually very difficult to navigate all of the social expectations and the informal rules of the different communities. You really have to know where to look. And this is why I think it's really important to ask questions, as well as to try to pay attention to what just a lot of the community posts are, as well as a lot of the, how do I want to describe it? The formatting that people use in these communications. There's a lot of little things to it that are not immediately obvious sometimes, unless you're very, very careful about reading the rules. Also, I've noticed that the creative communities as a whole tend to be a little naturally awkward. I think all of us, to a certain extent, are still kind of fumbling our way through life. So there is room for miscommunication, and again, that's why I should always try to give people some benefit of the doubt, and just try to work through a lot of these misunderstandings in open dialogue.
Also, I just remembered something that kind of plagues certain VAs. It's not just an issue on the writer's end. I remember there was a situation in this past year where YouTube sucks. Let's just say that right now. About a lot of things that it does. There was an issue of one VA who had their videos downloaded and uploaded to another person's channel, and that person sent a claim to that person. And because YouTube sucks and all, it requires you to, if you're going to do a counterclaim on those initial claims, you have to essentially give that person your personal information. So that person who stole the audios, it's very possible that they wanted to dox this person, for whatever reasons. Again, the platform is kind of an issue, and there's not a lot of options sometimes You know, like, I mean, there's stuff like Soundgasm, I guess, but it's not as readily available, I guess, or at least not as noticeable to people outside of like YouTube, or how big YouTube is. I mean, some people probably never even heard of Soundgasm, honestly. Like, it's more something you see like in the NSFW community over on Reddit. But again, like, these issues kind of plague both sides of the community. So another issue also, I kind of want to bring in listeners to this as well, and I've noticed this even in the Discord. Sometimes we might have issues with listeners kind of having like parasocial relationships with the VAs or the writers. Like, they kind of, you know, like, you aren't really friends with these people, or you don't really know these people, and you're kind of, you know, creating this relationship with the character like that person created or brought to life. And again, it can be kind of a problem and make certain people feel uncomfortable, right? And so, like, we've had to shut that down over on our Discord. I'm sure it happens everywhere, like probably like in streams. I don't know if you've had this issue, Monoculture.
I definitely have. I actually had one because I was with some friends and we were playing, I believe, Dead by Daylight, and we got this one person who showed up on my stream because I didn't really want to do it, but my friends were like, "Yo, dude, let's get the viewer in here." So I was like, "Okay, peer pressure, let's do it." And then afterwards, they because they friended me on Xbox, which is what I play, and they sent me some messages where they were like, "Hey, how you doing? Hi, this and that." I was like, "Oh, cool." And occasionally I would just say hey or this or that, just, you know, as like a kindness thing. And then it got weird when I got a message from some random person who was apparently their boyfriend, and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna block you, bro. I don't want any of this weird drama that's going on. I have no idea what the hell is going on. And then they messaged me, and then I was like, okay, block. I read that. I didn't even want to. I don't even want to deal with this. So I just like block immediately. That was one of the weirder experiences I had. Now it was then that I told Isaac. I told my best friend. I said, I don't think I want to have any more people like show up, like any like viewers show up on my stream unless we like know them for a while, because that was just weird. Like, I ain't trying to cause any drama or nothing. I had that happen.
I don't know if it's happened to anyone else where you've had like parasocial relationship issues.
Kind of. I think furthest someone has gotten is, for example, my private social medias used to have a similar spelling to my previous, what I used to go by on Writers. And someone tried to repeatedly befriend me on that in social media site. Of course, this was, I think it was near the start, but it was like, of course, outside of Discord. It was, yeah, remember guys, we're people on the internet. People on the internet, and that's about it.
Yeah, just kind of want to reiterate that, like, just we're not some kind of, you know, I don't say like untouchable heavenly beings or whatever you want to consider us. Like, we're not like these big, like, I mean, you might think like some people here are big names or whatever, like other people not on the stream, but really, again, just reminder to everyone that we're all just people, you know, like everyone else, you know.
Now, I
treat
don't want
us
to be
like
too
regular
harsh.
people. Like, don't, you know, do all these things that might make us uncomfortable. I mean, like, again, don't try to push things like, hey, I want to get into VC with you, or I want to DM you, like, and feel entitled to that or anything like that. Again, like, we're just regular people at the end of the day.
Always ask permission in a public setting if you can DM someone.
Mm-hmm.
They say no, you have to respect that. People don't owe you private conversation.
Pretty much.
I will say I found most listeners to actually be very respectful of that. And sometimes it just takes a gentle hand to help them understand where the boundaries are.
Yeah,
But
I think
I
that's
think
my
most people are very
experience too.
good.
Yeah.
So I do want to make sure we balance this with, look, as long as you're coming through professional channels, for example, if you're just saying hi in a video or in these public spaces where we hang out and invite you to come in and say hi, those are perfectly okay. That's very different than reaching out directly via DM or after the VA has told you, hey, no, I'm not comfortable with that. If you keep pressing it, those are when problems start to arise. But as long as you follow along with the rules and pay attention to the social standards of the spaces you're in, you'll be all right.
Very much agree. So we have been on this question for a long time. So I think we should move on to our last one from Nelson finally. The 25th question.
So many questions.
He has so many questions. But we're getting through them. Okay. Do you believe the mark of a good writer is how many fills they get, or perhaps the amount of views the script gets? Is it if you're able to monetize it, or the quality and finesse of dialogue? What, in your eyes, makes a good scriptwriter? So this is a very loaded question. I guess I'll start with, success. Honestly, I think it's mostly personal success if I think that I did a good job with it. I mean, I'm kind of convinced a lot of the time that, I don't want to put anyone down, but saying that I've seen some scripts where I kind of question, I'm like, why does this have so many upvotes to it? Or why are there so many views to this? I feel like it's a little bit, it's not so much the quality, I think, that ends up giving certain content popularity. I think it's just what the audience wants a lot of the time, and they might not really think too much about the actual quality of it. More of, is this giving me the feeling that I want to get from the content? So I mean, as long as you're happy with the content that you make and you kind of are confident in the quality, I think that's kind of that's the mark of a good scriptwriter, I guess. Also someone who can be fairly consistent overall in their ability to keep a character, sticking to, I guess, or consistency and personality, I would say. Make sure that what the character is saying fits what you've created. And also sticking to the rules that you've created for your own universe. Because, I mean, I can't tell you to say, I don't want... actually, this is something that I brought up in my script writing guide video where... you're in Victorian times or something like that, and the characters are walking around with cell phones. Obviously that makes no sense, but, in your universe, please explain why they have cell phones, right? Or whatever other reason you have anachronisms in your script or whatever. Again, stick to the confines of the universe you created and understand, pretty much just understand that universe through and through. Let's see. Again, I wouldn't say being able to monetize it really, again, is much of a mark of a good writer. Actually, you know what? Something that I think is very helpful and good advice for any writer is to be upfront with your VAs. And this is something I kind of want to talk about in the video that I'm going to make specifically on series is a lot of the times, VAs aren't really going to know what to expect from a series, and you don't want to blindside them in any way. And something I've seen in some cases where some writers will introduce a new character in a future part, and I'm like, why would you blindside the VA like that? It started off as an A for A script, but then now you have 3 other characters that you added further down the line. I mean, I feel like it's not fair to the VA, especially to expect them to continue on with the series. Why would you be surprised that they're not continuing on with the series? That you kept adding all these characters that maybe they don't have people to work with for collabs, right? You need to be able to, especially in a series, write down what the expectations are going forward. Also, any sort of content warnings, because again, some VAs might not be comfortable with the content going forward, because say you have a character who acts nice at first, but then suddenly out of nowhere they're yandere and they're doing all this non-con stuff, don't be surprised again if the VA just drops it after a certain point. So again, just kind of fits with that form of communication. Be open with your VAs, make sure that they know what type of content to expect from you. especially when it comes to a series.
Now, I do want to say that sometimes I understand that you don't intend for it to be a series at first, or you intend it to end after, say, part 2. But then you have a great idea and you're like, you know what, I want to keep the series going. Part 3, part 5, part 10. No. So I think that's perfectly understandable. But to Blue's point, the VA may not get around to doing all of those parts, especially if it goes in a very different direction than they're used to. Or even if they intend to, it can take quite a long time, as some of you may know.
Honestly, let's bring up the choosing the villain series. That was not intended to be a series, by the way. People kept asking for that. So again, in those cases, like I try to keep things consistent. Like even if I didn't have a plan initially to make more parts other than part 1, I try to keep it as consistent as possible in terms of the content that's expected and, the number of, VAs expected. Also, another thing that I didn't bring up is sound effects. Something I really want to stress is make your sound effects, I guess, or at least be a little bit liberal with your sound effects and make sure that, you can give VAs different options, because sometimes, like these very specific sound effects that you put into your script is like, that might not exist, I guess. You don't want to put too much work on VAs. Like, for instance, I don't know, like something super specific. Like, I don't know if you guys have seen any like really oddly specific sound effects.
I think we'll actually get to some of those later on with later questions.
Yeah, we might talk about that later. But yeah, just know, make sure that when you have like sound effects and stuff in your scripts, just to give them several options. Because, I mean, they're probably either going to have difficulty finding one or another, like trying to make it a little bit easier on them, I would say. And I think that is our last question from Nelson. So we will not be seeing any more Nelson questions.
Did it?
Hurrah!
Made it out
Yay!
alive.
Yeah, we still have several questions to go.
I think we
We
have.
still have
Past
other
the
limbs.
Nelson question.
Weird.
Yes, that's about half the questions.
Also, that's
We
actually a
also have
really
a voice boxes.
good point that Juani mentioned. You see scriptwriters actually put links to sound effects that they want to be used. That is another super helpful thing. If you can do that, that would be great. All right.
All
now-
getting doorbell noises. That's it.
We
That's
have-
all I have.
Okay. This
Why
one's
do I feel like it's so hard for those?
okay. Now we have one from Jake Snash. This one is for our VAs. And let me get the randomizer. We have not used that in a while. Okay, so which script of yours or one of the many writers has been your favorite script to record and why? Nightshade, you are first.
Okay. Hi, Jake. So question was so hard for me. Because I can't, like, I love them all. I love I really do. Like, I feel like I'm leaving somebody out if I don't say all of them. But so I picked the script series, the one thing that I wrote myself, which was the Shy Vampire Who's Afraid to Love You series. The second part of that is going to be what I say for my answer for that, because it was just a different experience to be in control of the whole process from beginning to end, and everything that was going to get expressed in that story came from my brain, and that was kind of exciting. And the second time I picked the second script specifically because I had more of an idea what to expect from that. So it was, it went a little more smoothly. So that's my answer.
Okay, now next up we have Monoculture.
Okay. Well, for me, I actually mentioned it earlier. It was Yandere Slasher Hunts You, which I loved doing that because at the time I'd been doing a ton of Yandere stuff, and I was, the classic, loves you, do anything for you type of Yandere. But it felt like really good to breathe that fresh air of, okay, this is different. This is interesting. I get to act like an absolute psychopath here. I get to channel my inner like ghost face. Like, I don't know. It was something about channeling that murderous intent where I was just like, nothing is gonna stop me from killing you. After all, you're the final girl. Like, that was just interesting for me because I grew up on like Halloween, Scream, Nightmare on Elm Street. I love that stuff. And to be able to act like a slasher was just overall a dream come true since I was a kid, which sounds a little crazy now that I'm thinking about it. but still, you know.
All right, and last but not least, we have Not.
Yes, this question, I'll agree with Nightshade Queen, is like asking which of your children you would save from a fire. So I have tried to also think through this one a little. And what I'd like to do is shout out 3 scripts that are less popular ones on my channel, but that I thought were very, very good. So the first is Post-Apocalyptic Mutant Wants to Brood by Time Raft. Basically because it's sort of Fallout inspired, but the entire script is just giving you an opportunity to use a different voice and kind of more gruff. I do kind of like that video game feel that Time Raft managed to capture. Then there was a Flirty Palm Reader Tells You Your Fortune. I know by Anime Muse _94. Less popular, but oh, it was fun. It was like playing a character out of a Disney movie. Great fun with that one. And the sound effect choice too. Excellent stuff. Finally, Stress Eater by one of everyone's favorite writers, Waterway_wordsmith. It's really one of the first scripts that actually let me try to get some practice in with doing characters. And especially non-human characters. So, good fun.
All right. Next question from a interesting person here, from Not himself. Here's a question for our VAs. What kind of upload frequency do you feel works best for your channel? Mana Cultures first.
I have a very inconsistent upload frequency. So, honestly, I can't really say I adhere to a schedule because when I tried to adhere to a schedule at one point, it just didn't work for me. I can't. Like, it's weird trying to figure it out, and there's times when I want to like go hardcore mode and I just want to start cranking out videos like crazy. But then there's times where I can like barely get myself out of bed, you know, because like mental health and stuff. I feel like the best upload frequency for me is just as many as I can do before I collapse. That's about it. Yeah, that's about it, basically.
Also, Not, I don't know if you want to answer your own question, but you're next.
Let me start by saying, wow, Not, what a great question. Yeah.
I love Not so much.
Yes, so I will say that I try to stick with an upload schedule that's roughly once a day, Mondays through Fridays. You will notice, if you've been on the channel for any length of time, that does not hold up. So, I have no idea, which is why I asked the question in the first place.
I guess we'll ask Nightshade.
Yeah, so I mean, it just kind of happened. I try to do it like twice a week because that seems like a good pace for me. So I just started with that, and I feel like there have been times when I'm like, I'm going to try to do more, and I manage it. I can do like 3 in a week or something. But I don't know if it does like. I don't know if it does like if it's more successful that way. I feel like 2 a week is pretty good. If I do 1 a week for me, then I don't know. I feel like I get less views, start getting less views on them. But I don't know if the question is about like what's going to get you more views or just like what works for you. But like I feel like for me, about 2 a week is kind of what I like to do or what I like to keep it at.
All right, so these next questions, we have another case of several questions from the same person. These are from Pa, and we're going to go back and forth between writer and VA questions. So the first one that we have is for our writers, and the question is, do you have any suggestions to help or be the guideline for writers to plot their story where they have ideas but don't know how the story will end? And some writing tips you use when you write. Alvar, you are first.
I usually end up knowing what I want to do at the start and how it ends, and then I'll write a summary for it. And then I go by kind of vibe check of the script. I know it's a bit but I just kind of like to write with the flow. Either that, or I go into so much more detail of like, okay, how does character A go from this to that? What do they need to do / encounter their journey? Who aids them to go from this to that? And I either overplan or underplan. It's one of the two.
So, I am next on this. Shameless plug again, please watch the video that I made on this channel. I talk a lot about getting started as a scriptwriter and kind of setting up guidelines for yourself, but one of my biggest things is please write notes, especially if you're going to be writing a series, because you kind of want to have something there, even if it's a little. You don't have to put everything all together in your note, but at least have, you know, a general basis for what's going to happen in your script. Kind of have, you know, just this is what the scene's going to look like, and that's going to also be kind of what to expect from several parts, where treat each part like a scene, like a singular scene, and kind of plot that scene out. Just write your notes. Something that I like to do is write notes as I go. So I might not have an idea immediately going into a particular part of a series or even just a regular script. And again, how I like to do things is I do at least like 200 words per day for my script. And sometimes I won't have an idea right at the moment, but then after I finish writing, I kind of think to myself, oh, you know what, maybe I should add this to my script later on for the next day when I start to write again. Or maybe it might be something that happens later down the line, but at least write down notes for yourself. That is the big thing for me. I don't know if you have anything to add, not.
Oh, I have something to say that'll be very, very contrary. So, I don't write many notes at all. What I've found works for me is just to keep writing. Just you find yourself getting on a flow where it's easier just to keep going and see where the story ends up taking you. Now, there is a drawback to this, and that is the second part, which is you have to be very, very comfortable with the editing, deleting entire chapters, removing characters, taking out anything that isn't working. So, to slightly misquote someone smarter, perfection is achieved not when there is nothing left to add, but instead when there is nothing left to take away. And that is what I would say for those who struggle to write and aren't sure where the story will end. Wherever you cut the story is where it ends.
And honestly, you know, I'm glad that we have different opinions on this, just because, you know, one thing that works for someone might not work for someone else. So, you know, it's good to have different perspectives on, you know, different writers and how they kind of do their thing, you know. One thing might stick, one thing might not, but, you know, try different things and, you know, you'll get to it eventually. So our next question is for our VAs. Could you give advice on what equipment someone would need for recording, or recommend the equipment and software that you see could help the beginner to start doing VA? The first person is Nightshade.
Yeah, and I'm probably the worst person to be giving advice on equipment because, like I said, I'm like an actor who was like, oh, I could do this. And then I'm like figuring it out as I go as far as the technical stuff. So I'm just going to say that if you're like just starting out and you're not sure if you are really going to want to do this or not, like don't spend a lot of money to start with. Like you can, I started with my phone. Like I think it's not the most important thing. And then I'll just pass that on to the rest of you guys.
And conveniently, our next one is monoculture.
Okay, so when it comes to equipment, because I originally got my equipment because I wanted to do voice acting, so I watched a little dude named CDog VA, and he recommended a microphone to me, which I love and still have with me to this day, but I replaced it, obviously. It sits on my desk as a comfortable reminder. But I started out with a $30 microphone called the Samsung CO1U, which on Amazon is like $30 right now, and is honestly, I believe, on par with the Blue Yeti. Like, the Blue Yeti is like, it's a little bit better, but it's not much of a difference for it to get that $100 price tag, you know? So if you're just starting out, get something cheap like this. Or heck, you can just record with your phone or a gaming headset, whatever you have with you will work. And, you know, when it comes to like software and stuff, use Audacity because it's free. I still use that. Use DaVinci Resolve DaVinci Resolve, which is also free. And, you know, just start out with that. And then later on, if you like this stuff, you can upgrade. I upgraded from a Samsung to a Blue Yeti because Blue Yetis are popular. And then I went from there to a Shure, which is a very famous microphone. It cost a pretty chunk of change, you know, $250. It is the microphone used by Michael Jackson. So, yeah, that's how I view equipment. Start out with the Samsung CO1U, not Sung, it's Samsung, like SUN. Anyways, yeah, that's it.
And now we have a knot.
All right. Well, let me start by saying that if you allowed me to, I'd probably go on for several hours talking about equipment because I do enjoy it oh so much. But at a minimum, yes, absolutely anything you have is a good way to get started, as long as you have a microphone and something to use for uploading your recordings. There's a ton of equipment recommendations that there are out there. I will second the common statement that a lot of people tell you to get a Blue Yeti. Not so much that I'm going to say the Blue Yeti is the best of the best, but it is at least a known quantity. So that is the main benefit you'll get from buying one of those. I also did start it on my phone as well, so it does work. And there are some VAs who actually still just record with their phone. You might be surprised sometimes to find out who's using very, very inexpensive equipment. With editing, yes, Audacity is a great choice to get started with. Now, I will say that there's a lot of other choices out there, so don't find yourself tied down to just, you know, the things that you're seeing in the recommended guides. Another thing to point out is that oftentimes one of the things that people overlook are all the things that are not actually related to the recording itself. You will often want to get yourself a good heavy blanket to serve as a miniature recording studio. You're going to build yourself a little tent. And it helps to cut down on things like reverb and other background noises. So that's quite helpful. I will also say if you're just getting started, and here's where I'm going to plug a thing that I don't have any affiliation with. I often recommend for VAs trying to get sound effects to use Soundly. Yes, that's Soundly at getsoundly.com for managing your sound effects. It plugs into everything from freesound.org, where you can find a plethora of public domain and Creative Commons Zero sound effects, in addition to various royalty-free libraries, all available in one convenient package. And when you're ready to upgrade, simply switch to Pro mode, and you will gain access to thousands of additional sound effects. Outside of that, I will say there's a couple of other special things that you may want to do, and these are actually free as well. Get yourself a Google Drive account. A lot of VAs and scriptwriters share files via Google Drive. And make sure it's connected to an email address that doesn't use your real name. Really important, that.
We had this issue with our big collab, who's someone who accidentally doxed themselves, so don't do that to yourself, please.
There are a couple of other special things I'll say. Consider, if you're setting up your YouTube account, making it a brand account. You can convert it later, but it's a much bigger pain once you already have content and comments and all of that. And finally, turn on multi-factor authentication. You will save yourself so much pain. You know, we're talking about these concerns with doxing and concerns with very excitable fans. Well, with multi-factor authentication turned on to all your accounts, it becomes so much harder for you to get hacked. And I will say, while it's never happened to me, thankfully, fingers crossed, knock on wood, all of that, it does happen to a lot of VAs and a lot of writers. So be very careful. Make sure to turn on all your security settings. And if you can afford it, one of those little hardware key security things works fantastically. So, lots for you to consider. But if it all sounds like too much, again, remember, everybody's setup, including mine, has changed a lot over time. So don't be afraid to just get started with whatever you have today. Remember that you can always upgrade.
Very helpful advice. Hopefully we have people following that again, especially with the doxing that's happened.
Take notes. There's going to be a pop quiz later.
There's going to be a pop quiz later.
Doxed myself.
All right, let's move on to questions for our writers. So, have you ever had to face a situation in which someone says your script is similar to another script? If yes, how do you deal with it? I am first with that. No, I have not had this issue ever. I will say I have seen several scripts that kind of have a similar vibe, but at the same time, like it's kind of to be expected in this medium. Like I mentioned before with the yonderies, you're going to have a lot of similar lines. It's always the same ones that you're finally awake, listener. So I mean, there's only so much. I mean, I guess like you can assume like, yeah, this person's definitely copying me or whatever, and like I don't really think about it too much. But I'll hand this over to our other writers because again, personally, I haven't experienced this ever. The next would be actually Not, if you want to chime in for this.
Well, I'll answer this actually both for the writer's side as well as for the VA side. Because, oh yeah, I get accused of copying things all the time, including my own work as well. So, yes, Nelson, I can relate to your comment there in chat. Yes, it happens. I will say all you can really do is point out that either this is an original idea as best you understand it, or to just sort of thank the listener for pointing out the similarities, and then ask them to consider comparing some of the differences. I find that most people actually, if you just talk to them about it and you tell them sort of what you did and how the scripts are different, they do seem to understand and they do seem to appreciate it.
All right, and Alvar.
I think the only time I've really had to deal with it is when someone mistook the script I had wrote something a VA wrote. And it was, whenever someone would fill said script, I'd see people from said VA's channel bombarding this other VA with, oh, you stole so-and-so script. And remember guys, check descriptions to see who the script is written by, because most VAs are nice and will have it down there before you go ahead and start accusing people of stealing stuff, because it's not nice.
I should also say thank you to the listeners who have tried to call out potential script theft. And I think we've had comments in the videos where I've had explained this as well. So far, nobody's stolen any of my scripts as far as I know. And vice versa, I don't steal other people's scripts.
Yeah,
remember to credit.
It's a lot of these are public scripts. Just kind of know that you can also verify going onto Reddit. Most of us post our scripts onto r/ASMR Script Haven, though some people do post them to other locations such as Pillow Talk Audio. There's several different means of finding out where the script originated from, but again, if it's us, again, people in this group, you're usually going to find it on ASMR Script Haven.
Yes.
Also, don't be afraid to ask, though.
Yeah, that's another thing too.
Perfectly. If you're curious just about who wrote the script, feel free to add it in the comments. Helps to drive those engagement metrics,
All right, let's move on to questions for our VAs. Do you have any tips or suggestions about how to choose what tone and voice for each type of character and story you voice? Let me get the randomizer. Not your back at it again.
All right, I'll try to keep this one a little quick. So, very simply, I like to read random lines in various different voices until I find one that I like. And aside from that, often I am limited by the range of characters I can do, so I can't always make it sound the way it does in my head.
And next up is Nightshade.
Yeah, I guess I don't really do voices. I just sort of I think about the character. I think about what I think they're feeling, or like where they are, like how I think they would be talking. You know what? I don't know. I just try to feel what I think they're feeling, and then talk and say the lines like I think they would say it. So.
And Metaculture.
Well, when it comes down to it, I don't really do voices. The only voices I do are on live streams when I'm goofing around with my Joker or Scooby voice or other weird voices I have. But I will say, I believe picking tone for a character really does matter, because I had this brought up to me by a friend, and I never noticed it until they brought it up, and then I kind of started to notice it with a lot of ASMR videos. Like, I feel like a lot of people, they get a tone, right? And then they just kind of stick with it their whole video. And I feel like they don't really put a lot of emotion into it. Like, sure, you sound great, but it would also probably help if you, like, acted, like, quivering, sad, happy, angry, frustrated. Like, get into the mind of the character and get emotional. This is you. This is happening to you. Get very emotional to make it more believable, I guess. It's like acting. I mean...
May I stick a last little point onto that?
Sure, bro.
Yeah, go ahead.
Script writers. If you have emotion call-outs in your scripts that tell us how we should sound or how we should feel, helps a lot. All right, sorry, back to you.
That is actually very helpful. Like, I use that as a suggestion, but if, like, that's not there, I just go with, like, I think one of the biggest things is I lightly skim scripts, so when I go over it, I'm, like, a lot of times my reactions are just my reactions, because I'm like, oh, I'm reading this part for the first time, oh, that's shocking, this is going to make me feel like this. I don't know, just get emotional, make it believable, you know? Don't just stick with because if you got a great voice, if you had a great voice, don't just stay smooth the whole time. Get emotional and weird, you know. You're a person. Your character is a person. They with their own feelings and life. Get into it. You're an actor. That's about it.
Yeah. I guess we'll move on to questions for our writers. So, could you share the tools or apps that can help writers who struggle to write scripts in English when it isn't their native language? I'm first on this. So, I haven't met too many scriptwriters, I guess, who have this issue, but I do know people, like IRL, that have had difficulty, like, because English wasn't their first language. Something that they have told me, I have not personally used it myself, is Grammarly. I've heard really great stories about just how useful it can be, especially if English is not your first language, to, you know, make sure that that grammar is proper in your scripts overall. And I mean, I've heard people say it's like, this person writes so eloquently, but it's because, you know, they used Grammarly. So I don't know if anyone else has other suggestions. Let's see, we have Alvar next.
I am a speak English, but I think the best. I'm currently trying to learn Welsh and stuff, and trying to write Welsh scripts. The best way to learn is to learn the language itself first, and then try consume the media. All I'm gonna say is help people I know who are learning English at the moment. Consume as much media in that language as you can, because watching people talk is the best way to learn. Not sure about writing it though.
And not.
Well, I'll say I don't have great answers for this one either, but Google Translate is a good starting point, of course. It just at least helps you see what's maybe basic structure, some of the words, as well as it helps you find the meanings of unfamiliar words. I would say that always asking other writers for assistance, especially ones who are bilingual, it helps a ton. I found that it's really the only good way to make sure that your scripts translate well. The last thing I'd say, and this is specifically for English, I don't know if it translates to other languages as well, but there was a conversation about this in the Discord a while back. One of the neat things about English is that you can kind of copy and paste entire sentences from one script to the other, as long as you order them in an original fashion. You understand what the sentence means. It reads pretty naturally a lot of the times. So that can be very cool. It gives you a nice starting point. It allows you to incorporate things like local idioms that otherwise wouldn't always be easy to remember and retype.
I have a thought to add about this question, if it's all right.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say that some of my most popular audios were written by non-native English speakers, and they blew up huge. They were hugely popular. And even sometimes I feel as a voice actor, like there might be a sentence or something that's might not seem completely natural when you read it, but also when we talk, we don't speak as naturally as we do when we write something a lot of times. And so I can even use that to my advantage if it happens, like, and make it seem more natural, like to more like I'm just having a conversation than performing a script. So like, I don't know, I wouldn't want people to be discouraged, like go like do this thing, you got this.
Oh, that's actually a really good point. A lot of times too, even if the language, even if the writing isn't perfectly grammatically correct, as long as the gist of the script is understandable, the VAs can adapt it a little with ad-libs to make it sound more natural. This happens even for native speakers. Like you'll notice that on occasion, even the same performance of the same script by different VAs, they'll pick different word choices for some sentences just because it's the way they talk. So don't be afraid to send in a script that might have some grammatical errors in it. If a VA really likes the concept, there's often ways they can make it work.
Alrighty. So let's move on to another question for VAs. We had a lot of our VAs talking for this one. Do you have any suggestions for designing or making thumbnails look attractive? So our first one is not.
Oh, goodness. So I'm probably the worst person to ask about that one because I'm currently in the middle of trying to redesign my thumbnails. I'll say the standard rules that you often hear are pretty simple. Less text, bigger text, interesting text, and high contrast colors. Those are all the standard bits of advice that you'll get. So expect to hear those if you try to look it up online. Now, I will say, shout out to our artists. If you have artistic skills or artistic friends, custom artwork is far and away the best kind of artwork to use in your thumbnails. And I will say this from direct testing. However, if you can't afford it, and I know a lot of us VAs are not particularly wealthy people, consider trying to build collages out of royalty-free artwork. And I know, hoping not to invoke Blue's ire here, but I have used AI image generators before on some of my thumbnails, and it is increasingly common for VAs to do so. However, it still helps to have some degree of artistic skill for yourself. Oftentimes, the AI generators don't spit out particularly useful things on their own. It requires a bit of judgment and a bit of sort of touch-up in order to make them actually usable. And I would say AI is really sort of your backstop if you don't have other choices. Now, I will also give you the not very nice version of this, which is, you know what works really well from what I've observed according to all the metrics across many different channels, and that is, very simply, hello chat, attractive anime-style characters, often inviting and often provocative poses. That seems to help quite a bit. So if you really, 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 really want to get views and you don't care about anything else, that's probably the right answer. Ultimately, I think that what's right for your channel is to pick something that fits your personal style.
So I know that Not kind of expects me to say something regarding AI. I think it's important, again, like going back to what I said before, really knowing the brand of your writer, because again, there's some writers like myself who really do not like AI to be associated with our work. So again, it might work for some writers, some might be okay with it, but again, always make sure, look at the terms of use for your writer and see what they find acceptable before you even consider making the thumbnail. Because again, chances are you might have people like me who don't like it associated with their work. Again, find someone who fits your brand before you do anything. But yes, let's move on to Nightshade.
Well, I actually do have some design experience, and it's such a big question, like that. I think that we could probably, it's again like could be a topic of a whole podcast in itself. But I have some experience, specifically in typography, which is something that I don't think a lot of people talk about a lot. So maybe I'll talk about that for a little bit here. I think that people don't necessarily think that much about the font, and some just beginner friendly thoughts, like this is not the only way to do it, but doing other things kind of a little bit more advanced. So this would be my suggestion. I would say don't use more than 2 fonts in your thumbnail. Pretty much like in anything design, like more than 2 fonts is probably more than you need. And for YouTube specifically, like you want it to be as clear and easy to read as possible, because the thumbnails are going to be tiny, and you want the words to like jump out, people to be able to like to read. They read it like without even reading it, you know. Which means usually sans serif fonts. You know, serifs are most people know what that is, right? But they're the little decorative things that stick out on some of the letters. Anyway, a sans serif font is usually is probably going to be best, and fonts that have like a lot of difference in variation of the width of the line those fonts are designed to be like big, and we want fonts that are designed to be small. So like as much evenness of the lines in the font as possible will make it an easier font to be able to read and find. So yeah, I would say I would avoid cursive or most handwriting fonts unless it's like very easy to read. And like what I did, there are websites where you can find free fonts, basically, like Font Space, DA Font, 1001 Fonts. Like I would go to one of them and search for, if you want to monetize, search for commercial fonts that are available for commercial use, and like type in a phrase and test them out and see how they look. Because I think it can be a good way to brand yourself, to have the same fonts or 2 fonts on all of your thumbnails, so that people will look at it and be like, immediately know, oh, that's Nightshade, because it's the same as like you always have that. And I looked for a font that was like easy to read, but maybe the characters had just like something like a little bit of a quirk or something, just a little bit like different from what you'd find on your computer. Yeah, and then, you know, type in some different titles, test out, look and make sure that it doesn't have any like weird spacing issues between the letters, and then download it and use it. I don't know. I just think that that's a very easy way to make your thumbnail look more professional is by having a font that looks like it knows what it's doing, I guess. So.
All right, and now Maniculture.
When it comes to thumbnails, because thumbnails are my favorite parts of any video, honestly. Like I love designing thumbnails. But I'm also a perfectionist when it comes to a lot of stuff. Like if the character doesn't have the right expression, the eyes or this, that, it bothers me to a point where I'm like, he doesn't have the tone I'm going for with this story. I think honestly that's the reason I use AI art, is because I feel like, because I've tried to pay artists before and it can get very expensive, especially when you're like, I don't really like it that way, kind of want it this way, kind of want it this way. Can we change that and that? But when it comes to doing a thumbnail, I believe the font's okay. But the biggest part that has to draw you in, that immediately has your eyes stuck to it, is the art. Because when I was trying to figure out mine, because I've changed the way my thumbnails look over a large period of time. Like some back in the day, I used to just put like big bold words and the character standing there. That was it. And what I would do is I would do research. I would do research based off of different VAs and other people. And I honestly believe that the best thing you can do is just like look up ASMR, Yandere role plays or something, and then you just scroll through and you just, whatever catches your eye, whatever you would be like, man, I want to click on that. Just think about it. What do you like from that? And put it into your own thumbnail. Like, I'm not saying directly go copy people. I'm just saying find out what you like from other people and then sort of build it all together into some weird customizable mesh of what you like. Like, I have a lot of things that inspire my thumbnails and the way the art is actually placed. Like on the front covers of my videos, you got like the words, you got the script writer, you got the Patreon and stuff like that. And then when you go into my actual video, then it's just the art and all that stuff is gone. And I did that because one of my favorite ASMRs, Bethy VA, did that. And I was like, oh, that's a small detail, but it's pretty cool. I'll do that. I don't know. I say take inspiration from other people, That's about it for me.
Also, I'd like to add, this is a really good time to mention, we do have like an artist section over on our Discord. It was kind of initially intended to have artists come in and possibly make thumbnails for any of the audios. So again, like we mentioned the fan art, if you guys have fan art of our characters and you want to make that public for people to use, I mean, you are free to do so. So shameless plug for our work as well, I mean, again, I wouldn't mind getting fan art of my characters. I mean, I don't even always have an image of what the character is going to look like in my head, so I wouldn't mind seeing what other people imagine when they think of my characters, So yeah, maybe we'll get more people for that, but we'll see. All right, next up we have another question for our writers. Do you have any techniques you use to deal with being unmotivated to write when your scripts are not getting as much attention as you expected? Our first person for this is Not.
Well, I'll say the first and foremost bit of advice is learn to love your own scripts, because probably you're the only person who's going to understand them as well as you do. But another thing that I like to think about in order to keep myself motivated when there's times scripts don't perform particularly well is that all scripts are practice scripts, meaning you're always improving, and even if one didn't land today, it's simply a way of learning what'll work tomorrow.
All right, and next up is Alvar.
Remember, make sure you have fun writing. That's the most... I'm looking at the wrong notes. Sugar, hold...
Technical difficulties.
I am. No, I am looking at the right notes. Oh, I'm being dumb. It's completely normal to feel disheartened or like lose motivation when you put your work out there and it doesn't get as much attention as you were hoping for. That's okay. Don't worry. Take the break you need. or focus on going, you know what, I'm going to make an even better script. Screw the algorithm. I'm going to come back twice as hard. And put your energy into that.
Honestly, I kind of have a very similar answer to these. Something that I like to do for myself, because I don't like to dishearten myself, is whenever I post a script, I tend to just get off of Script Haven that day and not dwell on it, because then I know that if I try to see how many upvotes I'm getting, I'm going to be disheartened by it if I don't get as many as I want. So what I end up doing is, I just push myself into the next script. I just start writing some more. I mean, I think that's the best way to take my mind off of, like the possibility of it not performing as well, because, I have my mind elsewhere. Like, I'm getting back into writing, and I mean, I'm improving as I go. So I think, it's beneficial to just, again, continue writing and just not think too much about, how much of an audience you're getting for your work. Because, I mean, sometimes you'll be surprised in some cases. I've had some scripts where, like, they don't do as well as others, but, like, once a VA picks it up, it ends up, like, blowing up on their channel, like, so I wouldn't necessarily consider, the number of upvotes that you get on Reddit or whatever, number of views that you get there, as an indication of how well it's going to do with an audience. Because, I mean, sometimes even scripts that do well for me might not do well for the VA who fills it. So again, just kind of consider that, there's different mediums, and again, some scripts are going to work for some VAs, sometimes, like, they won't. So again, just, be happy with your work and just kind of know, I'm going to keep improving as I go.
I'd also like to maybe add on a little bit to that, and that is, don't be discouraged if your script hasn't been picked up immediately or even in the first few months. There's a script by the writer Leica VT that I found after it had been up for a year. It had 0 script fails, but I was so taken with the story that I ended up recording it, because I thought, well, this is fantastic. There's a rare script that actually has you as the voice of a mecha. So if you've heard Emergency Protocol, it would be that one. Now, I will say there is more to that script. If other VAs want to give it a go, there's an A ending and a B ending. I've only done the A ending. So there's a lot waiting out there in the scriptwriter world, just hidden, perhaps buried back months or even years ago, just waiting to be filled by the right VA. And you could be that VA.
You could be that VA. I mean, I have works, and I'm pretty sure Alvar and not have works that haven't been filled. So get on that.
Yeah, we will literally throw content at you that's not been filled. Just lob it at your face and expect you to run with it.
I mean, that's why we had our event, the Give the Script a Voice event. Again, if you're over on our Discord, it was the first event that we did, actually, where we posted scripts that didn't have fills, and like, sometimes that'll get VA's attention. So I mean, again, really great opportunities there, especially for VAs who want something a little bit different. So let us move on to our next question for the VAs. Do you have any suggestions about the way to plan for releasing content that fits the consistency of YouTube? Let me see here. Nightshade is the first one for this.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm not sure if I understand the question completely, honestly. Releasing content that fits. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I think about that, to be honest.
I guess maybe like, maybe not the consistency of YouTube. Maybe more like the algorithm, I guess.
The expectations, perhaps, of YouTube?
Possibly.
I mean, I think, I guess, I don't know. Like, I think what I do is I pick the scripts that I like, and then I think of what tags that are popular that would apply to it, and I add them, and that hopefully will get it noticed. Yeah, I mean, I think maybe I should pass that on to some of you other people.
And conveniently, we have not next.
Well, I'll say, depending upon which way we're interpreting this, if you're asking about consistency of release schedules, I think we've talked about the fact that not all of us are very consistent. However, consistent release schedules are actually one of the more important things, I think, more quickly growing a channel. So if that is a focus for you, then consistency is really, really king. If you're asking about how to write content or how to create content that fits sort of the demand of YouTube and what's popular right now, study, study, study. You can always just go into YouTube and take a look at what's trending. Very, very difficult, though, to catch those trends in time. Unless you're talking about the bigger trends like everybody likes yanderes or enemies to lovers. So I wouldn't worry too much about trying to capitalize on trends unless you're really, really quick with writing and very, very quick with voicing. I think those are the only interpretations I have.
Maniculture, do you have anything to add to that?
I have been so confused with this question, trying to figure it out. And the only way I can figure out how to interpret this is fitting YouTube's, like, you know, family-friendly thing. Like, I don't know. I interpret it as that, but I don't really care about you when it comes to YouTube, because I'm gonna upload what I'm gonna upload, and if YouTube has a problem with it, just demonetize it. I mean, I've had like a lot of videos recently that got yellow flagged, and then I think it was actually 12 over the past like 2 months they got yellow flagged, and I sent them in for review, and then YouTube was like, "Hey, we're sorry. We'll get you fully greenlit." But yeah, I don't really know. I was confused by this question.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. Pastas, I write intro to make you understand. I don't know if it's over on the... Actually, let me check that now, because maybe it's over on the initial post. Let me check. This might take a bit.
Take your time.
Let me find it over here. Where are you, Pa?
Now, I will say we will, I think, end up talking a bit more about YouTube's demonetization schemes, well, later on in the list of questions. So we'll certainly get deeper into a lot of these topics that we're discussing now.
Doesn't YouTube still have that weird list thing from back in the day?
I'm sorry, one more time?
Like, doesn't YouTube still have that weird list thing that they had back in the day? Like, I think it was like 10 years ago or 15 years ago, or I don't know. But like when YouTube a long time ago made a list of like phrases and things they don't like, and they put it into their AI and algorithm, and it kind of puts down people who use it, and it's a very outdated list. Like, I heard about that somewhere.
I've heard about it too, and I've seen various versions of that list get passed around, but I have no idea how true it is. It strikes me as being somewhere along the lines of an urban legend at this point.
The YouTube algorithm myth.
Well, like, I've seen like people secretly passing along spreadsheets and saying like, "Shh, I have the inside scoop," and then they'll like send over the spreadsheet and say, "Don't use any of these words." But then I've seen different versions of them, so I have no idea what's real.
It's all
That
a
is so
lie.
interesting,
None
though.
of it is real
None of it's real.
or fake.
Also, I found what Paul was
Like the
talking about.
Illuminati.
It says consistency is one of the keys to success on YouTube. However, this also might be one of the hardest things to do for some folks. We create and share also believe that many folks who start to create content on YouTube also want to succeed on their channel. So do you have any suggestions about the way to plan for releasing their content that fits the consistency on YouTube? I still don't think it really helps.
Okay. I think I see.
I get that, actually.
Okay. Alright. Maybe you guys understand it better than me.
Can I? So who goes?
You can go first.
You
Medical.
please.
Okay, so I feel like, okay, I tried to upload every single day. It didn't work out. I'm probably gonna continue to do that and try over and over and over until eventually it works. But I don't think that fits anymore, because I heard one YouTuber give an argument about this, and they said that back in the heyday of YouTube, you had to upload every single day to ever even have a chance of being successful. I feel like nowadays, that's not really the case. Like, nowadays, a few videos a week is good enough, honestly. That's like great. Like, if you can upload twice a week, you're doing great. Like, you were doing phenomenal. Any more than that, you're going above and beyond at this point. I believe twice a week. I say if whenever you do upload, spread it out evenly throughout the week, so that way there's not like 2 days or stuff like that. Like if you upload twice a week, upload like maybe like Monday and then Friday, just like, space it out evenly. That's about it.
Yes, I will build on that by saying that I would agree. This might sound a little bit critical considering I tried to just slam out a lot of videos, but consistency is more important than frequency. So that is something that I've observed pretty regularly. If you maintain a consistent schedule, even if it's consistently slow, that seems to be rewarded. Posting irregular bursts and then pauses really penalizes you quite a bit. And oftentimes, it's better to schedule things in advance so that way you're sure you have that consistency going, since things always end up coming up in life and you just never know what's around the corner. Aside from that, let's see. When it comes to ensuring that you are uploading on the right days, something that I would say is that the exact days and times that you upload, YouTube says they don't matter, but I have noticed that videos tend to do a lot better when uploaded on certain days. And I don't know if it's different per VA, but for me, Mondays and Thursdays seem to be the best days for whatever insane reason.
Kind of curious why. I mean, Mondays, because
I'm checking my
Mondays kind of suck for
analytics.
everybody. People just kind of want something to watch while they're suffering at school or work. Who knows?
Related to consistency, I guess, in a different sense, consistency of like having content that's not like too wild. Like if I'm an ASMR channel, I don't necessarily not want to, but it would be surprising if I've done nothing but ASMR and then suddenly I posted like, I don't know, a Screamo Band video or something. I guess I feel like there's a certain amount of branding that can help, like we were talking about with thumbnails before. If there's maybe a certain style that's similar in all your thumbnails that people will recognize you, that could be like a benefit also. Yeah, and I mean, I feel like in that sense, if you stick to the things that you like, that you will sort of naturally have a consistency of content as well, because it's always, this will tend to be similar, certain, maybe of a number of different topics, but similar, like you'll see them repeatedly. So there's another thought.
All right, let's move on to another writer question. For writers who lack the motivation to complete a series, what do you do to deal with the feeling of letting your audience or VAs down? And for series, do you put out all scripts at once or one at a time? The first one is Alvar.
I've kind of a uncomplicated answer to this because, for example, my Marriage to the Sea series was a commission. Someone who kind of paid for the first 1.5 and then ditched. And that left such a sour taste in my mouth that I couldn't continue it. While it was supposed to be originally like a 6-7 part series. And I think at that point you kind of have to prioritize, I don't feel comfortable writing this anymore, over potentially letting someone who was hoping to fill it wanting to keep reading it down. And as for like putting scripts out all at once, it kind of depends, because I prefer to write my series one part at a time. Like I'll plan it over at the start, but I like taking a break in between each part, because if I write for one character for like long amounts of time, it makes me dislike the character and start to begin to dread writing them, which of course slows down the writing process, and it's just healthier to take a break in between. But I know different people work differently.
And next we have Not.
Well, I have a very simple starting answer, which is I simply avoid writing series. But, well, I'd say that if you know it's going to be a series ahead of time, uh, let the VAs know. I think this is something Blue was saying earlier. So do let the VAs know if you know it's going to be a series. Although I understand it's not always possible to do so. So if you're not always sure where it's going to end up, you can always also leave notes at the beginning of the script that simply say what you're considering. So if you're like, well, 50-50, this thing's going to be a series, you can just write that up front.
Yeah, pretty much what I had said before. Again, I don't think this really applies to me much because, again, I plan out all of my series. It's not something that everyone does, but before I begin running a series, I know exactly everything that's going to happen. So I write my notes several months in advance. I know that's kind of nutty, but a lot of the times, like, script ideas will get cut off the chopping block before I even begin writing them. So again, I don't really have this issue. And again, as for putting them out all at once or whatever the schedule, I just do it. To where, and again, like I said, my method is not really the same for a lot of people because I noticed that a lot of writers will put out a part and then switch it up, do something a little bit different the next week. For me, I have to finish a series after I start it. I kind of want to stick to a particular schedule where I do my once a week scripts. So if I start a new series, which I'm going to be doing next week, you'll notice that I pretty much just post that series until the very end. And again, I will be very upfront with my VAs, how many parts are going to be. And again, listeners or readers, you will know how many parts are going to be there unless I state, somewhere down the line, okay, I'm going to add a part or I'm going to take away a part. But usually that happens before the end. So yeah, like I said, I don't really have this issue personally, but again, some people might. But you've heard what the others have said. All right, so this is the last question for the VAs from Pa. And this one is, what are some tips or advice you have for taking care of your vocal cords after recording? Let me do our randomizer. Maniculture first.
Well, I don't really do anything. I do drink a lot of water. Like, on average, I drink about 12, 15 glasses of water a day. But that's just me. I don't really do anything. My vocal cords are never that strained. I just drink a lot of water. That's about it.
Same advice that we gave before with the water. All right.
Water is king.
Yeah, it is. Very important. Keep yourself hydrated, guys. Nightshade is next.
Oh, yeah. I think same thing. I drink water. I don't really do anything special, so I wouldn't be, I don't really have any good advice. I mean, I suppose there are vocal exercises that singers use if you really wanted something else to do, I guess. But I guess if you're screaming or you need to do something that strains your voice for a video, then just rest it afterwards, that kind of thing.
And Not.
Well, I'll say this is a topic I am intimately familiar with. Also, shout out to Soren for Chimeric Escapism, a series I always love mentioning, which intentionally strains my vocal cords. So there's a few answers here. First, sipping water, always best, always a good idea. Following that, I will say non-caffeinated teas, especially herbal ones. So like throat coat is a pretty common one. That one actually works really well. Tastes weird, not always all that enjoyable, but it does soothe your throat after you've been talking for a long time nonstop. Now, of course, prevention is often the best cure. So, a couple of things. One, pay attention to if your voice is starting to lose power. If it starts cutting out on you and you don't really know why, that's the sign that your voice is about to just go poof. And the other thing that I think is oftentimes helpful is if you've been doing the same voice for a while, it's sometimes nice just to switch it up. What I've found is if you're trying to record several scripts in the same day, you kind of don't want to be using the same part of your vocal range for the whole thing. It's often better just to swap it out. So if you go from one vocal style to the next, as I'm currently doing, then it oftentimes makes it easier to keep going with longer conversations. Anyway, those are some easy tips and tricks.
Stay hydrated, pretty much, always. All right, so last question from Pa for our writers. Do we have anywhere to find all tags to use in our script? If yes, could you share? If not, would you mind sharing a list of tags that you can think of? I'm actually the first one on this. So there isn't really a big list of tags anywhere. It's kind of whatever you want. Also, again, going back to the video I made on this channel, I talk about the different categories of tags. So we're gonna again start off with our speaker audience tag. So that'll be again who your speaker is, who your audience is. So like A for A, M for A, F for A, M for F, M for M, yada yada yada, whatever. So that's gonna be, you know, your main indicator of who's gonna be your speaker in your audience. You want to have like your genre tags, like your romance, fantasy, drama, tragedy, horror, just so people kind of have an idea what to expect there. You can have things like character or relationship tags. Like for instance, you might have, again, in my case, I have a lot of villain speakers. You might put villain speaker, hero listener. Again, tying into that with the relationship tags, you have enemies to lovers, my favorite, and the one I always try to push for, with, I guess, or at least try to push the popularity for. And you kind of have your miscellaneous tags afterwards, where I usually kind of save those for things like actions, like say for instance, you know, in these types of scripts, you got like flirting, like, or you can put like kissing, like if that's gonna happen. Again, also a really good place to put your content warnings. Just in case, you know, like say there's going to be harsh language, say there's going to be blood violence or something, make sure that you add that to your tags. But otherwise, there isn't an outright list. Again, it's just kind of whatever you come up with there. But those are kind of my general categories for tags. Our next person would be Not for this question.
Well, I'll say, I think it's a great idea if there was a list of tags somewhere. I'd actually quite like that. It'd make my life a whole lot easier. Something I do want to mention with tags, just really quick, is that keep in mind that YouTube limits the VAs in terms of the number of characters we can put in the titles of our videos. So oftentimes what we can do is put in only 100 characters. Descriptions can be longer, but up in that title, you don't have so much space. Further, only about the first 60 or 70 or so actually get displayed to you as you're scrolling through your feed. So that means for a VA, aside from whatever the title is, we only have a little bit of space to cram in tags. And that means we have to be real efficient with them. So please do keep that in mind when both searching through, knowing that you might not always see all the tags, and also when selecting tags as a writer.
And last we have Alvar.
The important ones, like you said, are like what the speaker and listener is, relationship dynamic, like themes, and then maybe some funny little goofy ones just to kind of add that clickability rate. That's about it. I'm not very good at my own tags, so those are just what I go for.
I have to say the funny thing about being a writer in this community is that the worst part about writing your script isn't actually the script is coming up with the title, the tags, and the summary. I have always hated that about the process.
It's for a really, really stupid one or just a goofy one. Just to kind of be like, yeah, that's a little reward.
Just whatever happens in your script. You know, sometimes you kind of write a script and you think, what even happened in my script? I don't even know.
That's the title. What even happened? Just black out and write an entire script.
Alrighty, now that was the last question from Pa. Now we are coming up on a lot of rapid fire questions here until we get to, I think there's only one person that had like a bunch. Actually, no, we have two people that have several questions. This one is from Time Raft. This is for writers. When you write, do you tend to identify more with the listener or the speaker? I've always identified more with the speaker character when I write a script, but I've always wondered if that's the case for everyone. Let me do my little randomizer. I'm the first one, I guess, for this. So personally, it's kind of a bit of both, honestly, because since, again, I'm not the speaker myself, I mean, like, the VA is ultimately the one who's being the speaker for the script. So whenever I listen to an audio, obviously I'm going to put myself in the shoes of the listener. But I guess you could argue with a lot of my characters, especially my villain characters, it's kind of a funny thing to say, but a lot of them I feel like are at least have some aspects of me if I had no filter. So I guess I'm gonna make of that what you will. But, you know, technically speaking, yeah, you know, I mean, I wrote the character, like, obviously this character, in a sense, is me to an extent. But would I say, like, especially going into an audio, who do I identify more with? I would say the listener most of the time. And the speaker is just the character I came up with in my head. Again, a couple of things here and there where I would say, yes, this person has little bits and pieces of me, but they're not me, ultimately. So the next person would be Alvar.
I think for me it depends on what I'm writing. Like, for horror, I try to put myself in more of the listeners, or try to identify more as a listener. Like, what would put me over the edge? What could a person do to put me on edge? Would I write that person in a way that could scare me? But when I'm writing romance, it's really dumb, but it helps me get through it. I usually go, right, how would I flirt with myself? And it's just, I found it's just an easier way to go than, like, one or either speaker or listener identifying as either or. Just, you can kind of just look in the mirror and, you know, finger guns, wink wink, easy pickup lines. And that's just how I do it.
How about you, Not?
Well, I'll say I'm on the opposite side of this, but I don't know if that might be because I'm also a VA. I tend to identify more with the speaker as well, like Time Raft is saying. Mostly I think this is because when I'm writing the dialogue, listeners' lines are just ... Oftentimes what I'm visualizing is that there's the speaker, and the speaker's doing all this stuff, and the listener's just kind of staring at them like, what on earth? So I think, yeah, I'd say I identify more with the speaker. And I also probably end up paying a bit more attention to the speaker's personality and style. Yeah, I'm curious as to why, though, now that you're mentioning all this. I figure that it might be something worth actually exploring in more detail in the future.
Very much. So next we have a question from Weird Guy 247. This is for our VAs. Where do you get all of your sound effects, and how do you edit them into the audio? I know some of us mentioned a couple of those, but I'll leave it up to you whether you guys want to add more to it. Maniculture is first.
How I get my sound effects? Well, I don't really have a particular website. I just use YouTube. See, I just download the, like, I'll go on YouTube and I'll type in, like, stabbing sound effect or something like that, and then I'll just find that sound effect on YouTube. I'll listen to a few of them, and then I'll just download it off of YouTube, and then I'll slap it in my video, and bam, that's about it. My process of finding sound effects is just scrolling through YouTube. That's about it.
And Not is next.
All right, well, I have maybe a longer section here. So I'll say is that number one source of SFX for me is freesound.org. That's freesound.org. I'd say that it's probably pretty popular with a number of different channels. There's actually something I find kind of funny, as I'm a listener too to some of these role plays, and that is there is a sound called, like, door open close number one. And if you pay close attention, you'll hear that show up quite a bit across various VA's performances. That always is highly entertaining to me, though it does take me out of the scenario every now and then. As I mentioned earlier, Soundly is also a good resource for sound effects. I personally use their paid plan. There's a lot of those pro effects I like, but it also makes searching through freesound.org a lot easier. There's different credits you have to use for different sound effects on free sounds, and I know that some VAs don't pay attention to them, but if you use Soundly, it helps to filter out all the stuff that requires more extensive attribution, as well as things that require additional payments for commercial use, as monetized channels are actually supposed to be. Aside from that, I'd say I have good experiences working with Soundstripe. It's not Soundly, that's Soundstripe. So I tend to use them mostly for music more than the SFX. So that is something to consider. No, I will say it's not super cheap, but they do have specials every now and then. Outside of that, if you have an interest in it, I'd certainly recommend trying to record some of your own sound effects. They're a lot of fun to do sometimes. Now, I will admit I'm no professional Foley artist, so they're not always the best, but there's a lot of very basic sound effects that you can record with nothing more than a microphone and a little bit of creativity. And it gives your audios, I think, a nice little custom feel to them. Sometimes it uses for things like, what is that, like spider walking? So it's like just tapping on my desk, drumming on it. Other times you'll hear it for like the head pats or head scratching audios. Those actually do involve just like sort of padding cloth and stuff like that. Lots of fun. Also, if you're a listener and you kind of have limited vocal talents, but you want to get involved in some of the VA stuff, try recording some Foley things. Try recording some sound effects. It's a lot of fun, pretty easy. VAs appreciate it, and you can always post to YouTube, so folks like Maniculture can download them. I think there's an additional question here about how do you edit them into the audio, right? So usually what you want to do is get some audio editing software that supports multi-track mode. So Audacity is a good choice, as I think mentioned before. And then basically what you're doing is dragging and dropping in those audio clips directly into the editor, and they'll all show up on an extra track. Actually, one of the best ways perhaps to understand how this works is here on this YouTube channel, you'll find that there is a video by Ashmoth Audio. Shout out to Ashmoth Audio, who has compiled a complete video on how to go about editing one of these performances. So go and have a look at that sometimes.
Shameless plug for this channel. But honestly, really, that's kind of what it was for initially, for a lot of us to just kind of give our wisdom to the community, just so we can help you all out. And again, it's a much more condensed I guess answers for a lot of questions that we've been getting here. Again, my video is like 13 minutes long, much easier to consume than a 3-hour one. So I mean, again, go check those videos out. Super helpful. And we still have Nightshade Queen.
I'm here taking notes from what Not just said, because there was some stuff that I didn't know. Yeah, I use Freesound too, mostly, and I usually put on the search filter of the Creative Commons sounds that I can use, because I don't want to download it and then forget that I need to credit it and use it again and forget, So I usually do that. I use Pixabay for sound effects, for free sound effects, and Mixkit also, and also record it myself sometimes. I think there was one time raft script where I had to have chips poured into a bowl, and there was like nothing, and I was like, okay, give me a bowl, get me a bag of chips, and here we go, like, stuff like that.
All right, let's move on to our next question. Another person on the panel, it's me. So, what are some common misconceptions regarding the writer-VA relationship and how scripts and audios are made? Also, for some reason, I'm first on this, but I actually want to give this to you all before I answer myself. So, again, Nightshade again.
Me? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. It's kind of a hard question because I don't know what the conception is about that, but I think that like what actually happens is usually, for me, I find the script. Well, yeah, I'll usually find it on the subreddit. I fill it, and then I send them a message saying I filled your script. And sometimes, I might ask them questions before I fill it if there's something I need to ask their permission for, or see, I'm not sure what they mean about something and I want to clarify. And sometimes I'll I think that conversations can start and relationships can kind of build from that too. But yeah, I don't know. Then sometimes, like at this point now, there are people that I will go to and potentially commission, or people like, I don't know. There's the Discord community where people can post requests and help each other out and stuff. But yeah, I guess that's been my experience with my relationships with writers.
Okay, maybe I actually should have answered this first.
Yeah.
Like maybe I'll give it back to you, but this is, let me answer my own question for this. So when I talk about the writer-VA relationship, I usually mean it more from the perspective of the listener. So a lot of the times when I see like listeners commenting on videos, like they don't even know that the writers exist, and they kind of attribute the work to the VA sometimes. And so again, like, people don't really know we exist at all. So like it's nice to have VAs, shouting us out, or having something like visually there, like in the thumbnail, like telling the people that we exist. Something else that comes up a lot that I've noticed for some reason is that people or listeners tend to assume that the writers are the ones sending like the VAs the scripts. I mean, sure, sometimes it happens, but again, for all you people out there that don't know this, there's this really cool place called r/ASMR Script Haven over on Reddit. And I kind of want to create like a little analogy here where we treat Reddit basically like a big supermarket, right? And so the writers, especially, this is more for public scripts, by the way, like not so much, like commission-based or anything like that. So when it comes to public scripts, r/ASMR Script Haven is essentially a big supermarket. The writers are, like the people that are putting out their product onto the shelves. Like they're the ones, like they're the farmers, they're the factory workers that put out their product there on the shelves of Script Haven. The VAs are the ones that come in, pick up the product that they like, take it home to the listener, and, make a cool meal with it or whatever, and the listener digests the script through the VA. And so a lot of the times, like imagine, like from the listener perspective, you created this meal, right? Let's kind of compare a script to a meal. And so, like a listener's not going to be like, oh, I appreciate, like all of the ingredients that like came from, like this particular farm or whatever. Like they're going to treat it as though it's like, oh, look at this meal that this person made for me. So again, like a lot of that time, the product is attributed mostly to the VA as opposed to the writer, even though it's essentially like two halves of one whole. So again, like I said, maybe some listeners kind of do know that we exist, but a lot of the times I feel like they just don't. So that's basically the question that I was asking her. I don't know if you want to add to that, Nightshade.
Yeah, I wouldn't never thought of that, because I think my listeners, if they pay any attention to me, they know. I put it in the description. I put it like 3 times in the description, and I put it on the thumbnail. And when they comment, I answer the comment saying, like, if they comment something that like, wow, this story is great, I'm like, yeah, BluechanXD did a great job with the script. Like I talk about it to them in the comments. So I don't know. I think I'm kind of like, I might be just in a different situation, because I kind of make sure that like, I have comments on my videos sometimes be like, oh, it's another time raft script, or like it's another, they're actually pointing it out like themselves. So yeah, I don't know.
Well, thank you for doing that, by the way. Again, I always like it when VAs do that, just because, again, sometimes listeners just don't know we exist. All right, Maniculture, you were next.
I don't really I can't really say I have a relationship with a lot of writers. I mean, I fill their work, and I slap their names on the descriptions and the front covers of my videos, and kind of just hope for the best. And if they want me to take it down, then I just take it down. But I can't really say I have a relationship with a lot of writers, but I have noticed this a lot of times. Like, I don't know why. Even this is so consistent. Even after I like started putting like bold words on the front covers of the video that say the writer's name, and it even says script, and then it's like a correlation. I get all these people that are like, "Hey, I think this person over here stole your script," and I was like, they probably got it, and then I message them, and I'll be like, they probably got it from Script Haven, right? Like a lot of ASMRs tend to get their scripts from Script Haven. It's just a thing that happens. So a lot of people fill the same scripts, and they're like, "Oh, like." I don't really know what to add on to this because I don't really have a relationship with a lot of the writers.
Actually, because you
yeah.
said that reminded me of something. That is another thing. Contrary to popular belief, maybe, a lot of the times writers and VAs don't really speak to each other. Again, it's kind of like a big supermarket where, the VA just kind of grabs whatever the writer posted onto Script Haven. Like the extent of a lot of our conversations before this Discord happened, where, like a lot of us actually do talk to each other now. But before that, again, the relationship just kind of, like the extent of it was pretty much just writer posts onto Script Haven, VA fills it, they post their fill and say, "Hey, great script, I posted a fill, here you go." And that's kind of it, like that's essentially what our relationship was. I mean, it still is like that for a lot of VAs and writers, especially ones, again, that aren't on Discord to talk to us on a regular basis. But yeah, like you'd be surprised a lot of the time that, I mean, even looking at this, this podcast, I mean, yesterday was the first time that I ever like actually like verbally spoke to Man of Culture and Nightshade. I've talked to I mean, I've talked to all of them technically before, like over text, but I mean, again, like this is one of our first times where we actually speak to each other in a VC. So again, very limited contact between a lot of us. It's getting better again through Discord, which again, I think is very helpful, especially on the communication aspect that we've talked about before, but yeah. So let's move on before I start taking over this entire question. Let's go on to Alvar.
I don't really. I think you guys summed it up pretty perfectly. It's just the case of VAs come to Script Haven, they're like, "Oh, this script looks fun to fill." They fill it, and then they're like, "Oh, this is my fill," and then we go, "Oh, thanks." And that's the end until they maybe come along and do another script, in which case it just starts over and over again. Yeah, Discord has been really helpful getting to know people. You guys are pretty neat. We're no longer antisocial creatures living in our own little internet boxes. Internet boxes are much closer now.
We all get to be goobers together.
Goofy goobers.
We can all give each other some sugar. Like neighbours do.
I have a script about that, actually. No one wants to go check that out. It's a villain script, by the way. Anyway, last but not least, we have
plug, shameless plug.
Yeah, shameless plug, always. But yes, last but not least, not.
Well, I did some homework around this because one of the things I was thinking about was that I'm sure a lot of these common concerns are going to come up. So with the bit about the VAs writing scripts, I will say I'm with Maniculture. It comes up. It doesn't matter necessarily how much you put in the description or in the thumbnail. I've had it in big, bright yellow letters, 72-point font up in the thumbnails, and people just kind of skim past a lot of that. But I feel that most of the listeners, if you explain it to them, they're pretty comfortable and they get the idea pretty quickly. And yeah, I think that oftentimes folks end up recognizing some of the bigger name writers. I'd say I've gotten shout outs every time people see another Esme script. They'll be like, "Oh, you and Esme are doing stuff again?" Which goes into the second part, when that's the misconception that the VAs and the writers are often working, side by side in a lot of these things. we do like to try to coordinate as much as we can and try to share credit and all of those sorts of things. But yeah, one of the things I see coming in is like, hey, tell the writer, change this. Or, hey, in the next part, can you make this script like have this ending? And I'm like, I have no control over any of this here. So um, that is something I think that's a pretty common misconception, is that the VAs sort of are controlling the whole script writing process. Uh, so I'd say similarly, there's a kind of weird misconception, I think, that oftentimes the VAs are just paying, and it depends on the VA, of course, but the VAs are shelling out hundreds or thousands of dollars for these scripts. I've gotten requests that are directed to me saying like, "Hey, would you like to commission the script for some large amount of money?" And I'm like, "Well, I can't afford it." Uh, Now, it's not to say, if a VA asks you, "Hey, can I commission a script from you?" that you shouldn't tell them whatever a fair rate is for you. Um, I'll say oftentimes, I can't afford to be like keeping writers on payroll, for example. So there's kind of an interesting conception about how that all works. I'd say another thing that I think might be a little unusual for folks who are not too familiar with the scene is that there's not many opportunities for VAs and writers to really talk to each other, and not just from like VAs talking to writers and writers talking to VAs, but I mean even amongst ourselves. Like a lot of the writers don't end up talking to a lot of the other writers. A lot of the VAs don't end up talking to a lot of the other VAs. Really, if you watch any of those collab videos that people put out, or you see those times where writers are teaming up, those are often some of the first times we're actually getting to work closely with each other and understand what our channels are all about. And that's actually a good way for people to build community. So I will say, for a lot of those smaller channels out there, if you're not really sure how to do a lot of these things, or just trying to get more familiar with the community, consider setting up a collab and inviting people to come and participate in it. You'd be surprised. A lot of folks in the VA space are actually quite happy to join in on those, especially if you got a good story planned.
It's kind of fitting for our big collab that we did for the white elephant one. Pretty much we all were just kind of this amalgamation of people on the Discord, and then like not you brought some people in as well. I'm like, I've never spoken to any of these people in my life, and it's like we're just dragging a bunch of people into the project. I'm like, sure, let's have 13 people work on this. I've never worked with any of you, but let's do it. And I mean, hey, it worked out, so that's kind of just how it is sometimes.
Also, for December, keep an eye out. There's a Nutcracker script planned. That's going to be a pretty big one, I think.
I did see that one on the Discord. So yeah, hopefully that one will come to fruition.
So can I just hop on what Note said real quick?
Sure.
It's kind of really...
Go ahead.
Remember to be respectful of what a writer is doing with the script. If it's not the direction you want to go, don't harass them and go, "Oh no, I wanted this to happen," or "I wanted X, X, and S to do this." We have our creative freedom, and if you don't like it, commission us and respect our commission prices, please. We're nice people on the internet just trying to get by.
I mean, like, not all writers have commissions, but like, even with requests, kind of the same thing. Just respect what the person is doing, and like whatever their requirements are. That's all I can say about that. Right, so let us move on to our next question. We have several questions from one person. That one other Jake. How did you all get involved in ASMR RP? I don't know why I put ARP, but I meant ASMR RP. Actually, no, I think that was part of the question. Anyway, whatever. What made you decide to make it either scriptwriting, acting, or both? Let's do our randomizer. Nightshade is first.
Hi, Jake. Well, I've already said that I was involved in theater for many, many years, and I always really liked acting on stage. I think that it's frustrating if you're a stage actor, because like you need somebody else to cast you in order to be able to do it most of the time. You need somebody else to say, yes, not only are you good at this, but you're better than anybody else who wants to play this part in this play. So I'm going to let you do it. And then there's always the restrictions of gender, or just your looks, or even how well do you know the director, all of that stuff. So one of the factors that made me want to do ASMR and role play acting is that I could be any character that I want to. I can do this thing that I love to do, and I don't need anybody to sit there and tell me, well, you're better than, you're good enough to do this, you're better than anybody else who could do it. Like, I can do it, and anybody else can do it who also wants to do it. It's not a competition, and I can just have fun with it. But also, like, the other big reason is really that I just think if I can make something that's comforting for people, that is very fulfilling to me. And I think that, like, anybody, no matter how popular you might be, has times when, like, maybe there's not anybody there who's telling you that you're important, that you have value, that you're worthwhile. And, like, I know that it's not, we all know it's not, the scene isn't real, but for me, I find it still comforting to have people, to hear the voice saying the things that we all need to hear. And I want to do it. So there's that. And I guess the one last reason is it's still just a little for me too, to be able to put my emotions out into something.
Discord's doing its thing again. Or, well, not Discord. What am I saying? OBS. OBS, come on.
OBS, no.
Don't do this to me. Okay, I think it's back. Maybe.
We were going well for quite a while.
It was
I'm proud
doing
of OBS for that.
OBS didn't want us to have fun anymore. I think it's back. Maybe.
Oh.
Is OBS working?
It should be, yeah.
I mean,
I
it
don't
looks
know.
like it from the stream.
Is the stream still working?
Yeah,
think so.
I still have it up here.
Solid.
Okay, cool.
I've got it.
Yeah, okay. Hopefully it stays that way. Alright.
I'll also say for our listeners, keep in mind, this is why we had to cut off question submissions
Yeah.
and why there's more episodes planned to answer the remaining ones.
Yeah, I guess that this was a test
Absolutely.
stream. So,
This
well,
is, what do they call it? The pilot?
yeah, it's the pilot.
Yeah.
Alright. Alvar, you are next for this question.
So when I start, it's the wait. Just make sure I'm on the right question. It's the why did you get started
Yes,
with
that's
ASMR, right?
correct.
Okay. When I first started writing screenplays for a class, I was failing because my dialogue was so bad. Like, I got a U, which is lower than an F. So I was, like, failing so hard that they give me a new grade. It was that bad. It's kind of like a joke. My friend suggested I try writing ASMR because it's all audio based, and what I did, and I ended up improving my grade to, like, an A in the span of a few months just from writing audio based stuff. And when I kept doing it because it gave me more freedom to explore different genres quickly, and, helped me continue writing dialogue, and I liked it.
Next up is monoculture.
Well, the reason I got involved is a little bit of an interesting story, I guess. I mean, I never really was good at anything in particular. I spent years doing art, but I was a failure at that. I've never really been good at anything. I never knew what I wanted to do with my life or anything. And then I was like, you know what? Because when I was younger, I used to do all these voices I would hear from games and stuff like that. Like, I used to do Shaggy, Scooby, the Joker, and everything like that. Like, I did these weird voices, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna be like Sea Dog V. I'm gonna become a voice actor. So I got a microphone, and I went on this what was this old website? I forget the name of it, but I'll find it out later. And I started, like, auditioning for all this stuff, and none of that was working out. And then one night I was with my best friend, and I, up to this point, loved listening to ASMR videos, especially yandere's, because, I was in that headspace where I was like, what, I'm desperate. I'll just take what I can get. I don't want to be alone. And I remember I was with my best friend, and we were joking about it. We were talking about it. He was like, man, I don't know what you see in ASMR, this and that. And I was like, it's comforting. It's funny. It's cool. I like it. And I was like, what would be funny? If I made a video right now, I mean, I just upload it. I didn't even have a script. I started saying generic things in my head. That was like yandere-ish that I had heard in ASMRs before, and it got kind of popular-ish. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna keep going with this, and I kind of kept going with it, and it just kept snowballing until eventually I was like, you know what? I won't become a voice actor, but I'm going to live off of this. I get it's like the equivalency of trying to become a rock star or something like that. It's probably not going to work out, but I'll just give it everything I've got. And if I fail, I fail, But that's kind of how I got in. That's the weird story of how I got in, I guess. Yeah.
Well, speaking of weird stories, I have a very weird story for how I got into ASMR. It was actually by accident that I got into ASMR. So to preface this, I am a very big Genshin fan. I don't know if people know where this is going, but so I'm a very big Genshin fan. I've been playing it since effectively day one, technically day 3, but I'm effectively a day 1 player. And I really like the character of Scaramouche. Shocker. Blue likes the villain characters, right? So the funny thing is that at the time, he wasn't really a character that showed up too much in the story. And so what I like to do on YouTube a lot of the time is to kind of search up characters that I like and see if anybody's talking about them. And so one day on the YouTube search bar, I write down his name, Scaramouche. And the first thing that comes up is Scaramouche ASMR roleplay. I'm like, what? Like, what is this? I'm like, that is so strange. I'm like, what is this? So out of sheer curiosity, I clicked on it, and I found the voice actor Azuru Official, and I decided, you know what, let's check this out just out of morbid curiosity. And he became my favorite VA, like, just in all of ASMR community. Unfortunately, he does not do script fills, but again, I absolutely adore his voice. But yeah, that's how I got into ASMR. It was a very strange experience, but I'm happy to be here. And I mean, it was kind of also a weird New Year's resolution thing. I started on January 1st of last year, so that was my New Year's resolution, to start writing scripts. So yeah, you can thank Genshin for me being in this community. Lastly, we have not. Tell us about how you got into ASMR.
Well, I suppose it's going to be a 2-part story, because there's how I got into the voice acting side and then how I got into the script writing side. So on the voice acting side, I mean, I started out as just a listener. Basically, I'd listen to some of these different ASMR audio role plays, and something that I kind of realized over time is that they're really just kind of comforting. You hit the end of a long day and you're like, I just want to hear something that sounds nice, something where everything's just a-okay. And then I thought to myself, you know what? And it's something that I've kind of gotten used to over time. Like, I'm still kind of grappling with it. But when I was real young, people kind of said, yeah, your voice is super boring. It's kind of got this monotone quality to it. Not terribly exciting. One day, somebody said to me out of the blue, it was kind of really random, like, you'd have a good voice for radio. I said, what? And they just said, well, I just wanted to let you know. I'm like, all right, well, thanks. So I kind of put 2 and 2 together there, and I said, you know what? Why don't I try recording one of these? I think that'd be kind of nice. And besides, if I can have just one other person out there who has just a better day because of it, well, that'd be all right. And so that's how I really got into it. I just started out recording things where I'm like, well, it's a bit of fun. It's a bit of escapism from the drudgery of the day, as it were. And in time, it seemed like people liked it, so I stuck with it. It's real easy like that. Um, Now, for the script writing side of it, kind of one of the things I found pretty quickly, though, is that you know, script writers write the stories that they want to tell, and well, there were some stories that I wanted to tell, and that just there weren't good scripts for. So I started really trying to write some of these fantasy scripts, largely because what I thought to myself is that through fantasy, through that kind of extra escapism, we can explore a lot of concepts, a lot of topics that are maybe a little rougher at times to really engage with. Through the lens of fantasy, it just makes it all feel um, a lot more friendly, I suppose. And as such, you can sort of relate to the emotions of the characters, the things they're going through, the struggles they experience, but do so in a way that lets you just sort of make peace with it all. And well, I guess I kind of like the way that those turned out, so I've been continuing to write them when I can. And I suppose that's the end of my story.
Very nice stories. Better than mine, honestly. In my weird way of getting in. All
Genshin
right.
Impact, we love it.
I don't know. It's a fun story to tell people. All right. So our next question: what are all of your favorite types of scripts, Alvar?
I'm a sucker for a good romance story. Give me anything to lovers any day. Any romance, anything. I'll take it.
Hard agree, but it's not my turn. So, not.
Well, I say we already covered a good chunk of it, meaning monsters, fantasy, sci-fi, and yes, chat got it right. I'm a sucker for all those categories. But building off of what I was just saying, as far as how I got started, I think something that is worth saying is that I really like stories where the listener is the star of the show. Yeah, something where you can feel special.
Mm.
All right. Nightshade.
I already kind of talked about some of the different types of things that I do on my channel. So for this, I'm just gonna say scripts that subvert expectations. I think sometimes those can be my favorites, where you think it's gonna go one way, and there's something surprising about it. It's just a little bit out of the mold.
Next, we have Maniculture.
If you could believe it, it would be Yandere scripts are my favorite to record. But I like it. But like Yandere scripts, when they find a way to make it like a little weird twist, something interesting like AI or a siren or something, I love those. And yeah, that's what I like. Also for listening, anything with goblins, FYI. That's all I have to say.
And in my case, again, also shocker, I like my villains. Who would have thought? Right, and again, similar to what
We're all
Alvar said, the enemies to lovers. That is, I'm always going to push that on everybody. Because honestly, if you try looking up popularity in terms of ASMR, enemies to lovers is always on top. People love
Also,
that.
got to say, monster listeners, monster speakers, anything. Be the ghouls any day.
All right, let us move on to the last question from that one other Jake. And it is, any suggestions for new scriptwriters to get their work seen easier, or just advice for aspiring scriptwriters in general? I guess this is specifically a writer question. I guess we'll go with not.
Well, I'm actually going to answer this in sort of a writer/VA sort of way. Well, so obviously, post it wherever you can. That's a pretty straightforward answer. But write what you like. I mean, if you're passionate about what you're writing and you really enjoy it, it shows. And I mean, it doesn't just show in the writing itself, but it also shows in how you talk about it. One of the things that I've actually quite enjoyed is when folks will approach me and they have a script in hand and they start talking about it and say, like, I really like this part of it. I really like that part of it. Oh, I really hope that somebody voices it this way or has this part or this is how I envision this scene going. And they paint this very beautiful picture of where they think it's going to go and how they sort of envision the whole thing unfolding and the experience they want listeners to have. And I can really relate to that. And I think that it makes it much more appealing to want to start one of those scripts and start recording it. Um, I also say don't be afraid to say hello to the VAs. Again, keep it in mind the community rules we talked about at the beginning there. But yeah, if you have a script idea, post it in one of the discords or in one of the subreddits for it. Get the word out there. I've actually had listeners approach me directly and hand me scripts and say, like, hey, you know what? I was just really thinking, like, you'd be a great voice for this. Now, sometimes I have to say no for various reasons. And as long as folks are respectful about that, I don't mind. But oftentimes, I say yes because I really like a lot of what people come up with. And as long as I'm convinced that they are also equally as invested in that story, well, you know what? It's a lot of fun. And I would shout out to folks in chat there but there are probably several of them, so it might take a little bit. But yeah, some of the most popular videos on my channel are ones that folks came to me with and said, just like, hey, I have an idea. And I just got real excited about it.
Right, so I am next for this. Honestly, my only advice for this is just get your name out there, post to wherever, Discord. Script Haven, very good place because, again, that's where a lot of VAs are. Not all VAs are going to be on Discord or other like social media platforms. So again, go over to Script Haven, start posting, get yourself an audience. Also, make sure to be fairly consistent about your posts because, the more that you post, the more people are going to see your work. So, might as well. And again, also effective tags. Make sure that you tag your scripts just so that people are able to see them. Something that I do personally, again, it's kind of because I know that a lot of VAs will specifically look for their voices. So even though I might be writing an A4A script, a lot of the times the VAs themselves will not search specifically for A for A. They'll search for something like M for A or F for A. So I make sure in my cases to have my post adding those to the tags or the list of tags, just because I know that it's going to be a little bit easier for those VAs who might not think to themselves, okay, I'm going to look for an A for A script. Like, no, they're going to look for M for A or F for A or whatever, right? So I think kind of get your tags down. Make sure that you have a lot of different words in there that you think VAs would be interested in when they're looking for scripts.
May I tack on one little thing because I just remembered it?
Yeah, sure thing.
Reddit search is terrible. So
it is, but it can be helpful to an extent.
Yeah, so make sure, aside from just tacking all those tags on, write a really good description because that comes back in the search a lot better than some of the tags sometimes. Also, script writers, please create a master script list. It helps so much. Once I found one of your scripts I really like, I'll often just go through the script list and try to find others. I'm like, oh man. Shout out to Michael Afton, the script writer who's pretty prolific there. I got blanket approval to gender flip a lot of those scripts, so I just started going down the list because they're all real fun.
Also, kind of tying back into that, you made me think of something with this. Not only just with master lists, but when you're going to write a series, please make sure to post every single part into or at least link every single part of your script series into every single part. I cannot stress just how important that is because your script will get lost in the void that is Reddit. So make sure, and again, even if it's not just on the master list, make sure that on the initial post on Reddit that you're linking part 1 to parts 2, 3, 4, 5, and then so on and so forth. Make sure to do that. Otherwise, you're gonna give your VAs a hernia, honestly, trying to find the other parts to those series. And let's go on to Alvar.
Yeah, tags will be your best friend. yeah, next script list. I'm just hopping on what you guys have said already. Also, don't be afraid to ask for help in Discord as well. I know a lot of people who are more experienced with tags are more than happy to look over it and kind of suggest what tags you could add in it. Oh, don't be nice. Don't force your script onto other people. Be nice to people, please. Yeah.
So that is the last of that one Jake's questions. Another person on the panel bringing in a question here from Alvar. That is getting cut off. Bless you.
Yeah.
Let me find it over here because it's getting cut off. Do you have any hacks or cheat codes when it comes to what you do? Something that makes it easier, but others might not know about? Nightshade is first.
It figures because I can't think of anything, honestly. Like, I really tried. I don't know. I think everything for me has just been trial and error, and I figure out what works for me by doing it. Maybe if I hear you guys answer, I'll think of something, but I can't think of anything, honestly, that would be a good suggestion for this.
Yeah, we can come back to you afterwards, because I'm next. Honestly, again, kind of what I already said before, writing notes for myself is kind of what has helped me, especially with my series. Just making sure that I have everything ready to go. And again, part one of all of my series, I always make sure to write down what's going to happen ahead for my VAs, because again, they might not be comfortable with the content going forward. And like the worst thing, or one of the worst feelings you can have, is you have a VA who starts a series and you're super like hyped that they're going to continue the series and they just don't. So I mean it still happens, like even when I do that, but at the same time I think it's a lot better to just have all of that ready to go for your VAs. Honestly, I think hopefully they appreciate the work that goes into stuff like that. So Not is next.
I'll say, you want to toss it over to Maniculture because I have an extended segment for this.
Okay. Maniculture, do you have an answer to this?
Well, I actually do. I can think of a few things, just but I don't know if they really count. Okay, so you know how I'm probably not the only one who does this, but YouTube has like a section where you can set up how your videos are going to come out just by the standard, in the description or stuff like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or pre-made bubble tags, tags for people to search with the algorithm. I have mine to where it's automatically an outline, script, and then a little dash mark, a little area quartered off for donation links, and then media links like Twitter and Discord and stuff like that. So that just makes my life easier. So I just pop the script writer's name right there right next to their thing. Copy and paste the list of tier 2 and tier 3 Patreon subscribers right there. Bam. Simple, easy. Other than that, I don't really use a lot of tricks. I don't actually. I don't use a lot of tricks.
Alvar, do you want to answer your own question?
I don't think I have any. I just kind of down and write nice silly little stories and no tricks really, other than having a good drink with you. That's about it.
Has anyone come up with answers?
Well,
listening to everyone else. Yes, no.
Well, I will say.
Not, I'm scared.
So, first off, let me start by saying that if I was to go through the whole list, we'd probably be here even later into the night. But there are a few things that I do recommend. So, first, if you are a script writer, come up with a standard script key that's incredibly helpful and often gets those things to be written much, 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 much faster. Second thing, on the VA side, consider hotkeying all of your audio software. So one of the things I found is particularly helpful is to use a program like WASD in order to remap the different keys to speed up the editing process. Helps tremendously. Along those lines, consider using a controller. Yes, a controller, like a gamepad. I actually have one that I keep strapped to my wrist when I'm doing recordings, and I use it to start and stop and shuffle around in the recording while I'm doing it live. This allows me to stand inside of like a recording booth and something and not have to be sort of jumping back and forth through the mouse and keyboard, but still having access to all of the controls. So that's another little tip and trick there. Oh, Tolly, you want Southern drawl not back? Well, I'd say that some other things that could be kind of useful that I found quite helpful. If you are going to be doing an extended recording session, do you consider having a water bottle with you at all times? Just kind of keep an eye on that there. Other little tips that I think are worth considering. When you're trying to write and you're trying to write a huge pile of scripts, and you're like, man, I don't know how I'm going to like get myself to be in that editing mode because it's real hard to cut back some of that script stuff sometimes. Well, something you can do is save multiple copies of the draft and say, well, you know, this is if the story goes this one way, and then I'm going to write a different version of the story that's like in an alternate universe that goes this other way. And then you don't feel so bad when you start cutting into it because it doesn't feel like you're losing anything. You're just writing a new version of the story. I'll say it really helps quite a bit. So, a villain back. I see how it is. You're all switching it around on me. Other things that I think could be incredibly helpful, make sure you have good monitoring headphones. There's some actually very inexpensive ones that you can find, which work very, very well. Also, don't be afraid to use wired gear. When I'm recording, I often look like I'm wrapped up in a whole pile of wires. But it helps. It eliminates a lot of the concerns you have with battery life and latency in recordings. Sometimes you'll hear little audio skips in other VA's material if they are just getting lag on their computer. So those are all little tips and tricks. There's, of course, a longer list of things that, well, we could cover if you'd like. But let's leave it there for the moment.
Also, kind of off topic, Maniculture's waiting for you to say it's high noon.
Oh, it's high noon.
God, I love it so much. You kept bringing up the McCree voice, and I was just waiting for it. Oh my God, you remind me more and more of Matthew Mercer the more I talk to you.
Well, that's high praise. Thank you.
He's a great guy.
All right, let's move on to the next question and the last of single questions. The last person after this is going to have several questions. Well, actually, not even really questions. It's more topics. We have one from Alex VA. What do you think is the most important part of an audio roleplay, and how would you rate it in percent? I feel like this is a little bit more, I don't know if this is specifically a VA question. Mostly because I'm not sure how to answer it, honestly. I guess, well, I mean, the first person on the list for the randomizer is a VA, so Maniculture.
I have two thoughts on this, and they're both conflicting. A part of me kind of wants to say the thumbnail, but that's only because of the weird obsessiveness I have with thumbnails, but I know it's not. If you want to know what the most important part is, I would honestly say it would probably be your voice. I mean, anybody's voice is good. It just depends on how you act. You could have like the grainiest or squeakiest voice ever, but you'll find your audience. You just have to get better at acting. It's all just a lie, you know. Acting is just a lie. Just be good at lying, I guess. I don't really know. Be a great actor, yay. I'm confused. Yes, this is all I have to say. I'm sorry, I didn't know how to answer this question.
Not, would you like to add something?
Well, say, all the world's a stage, and all the people on it are but actors. So, just try to live some of your characters out. That is fantastic. That's a great way to really get into the audio roleplay headspace. But as far as what do I think the most important part is, and how would I rate in percentage, let's say liking what you're doing is 95% of it. And the other 5% is hard work. So that's that's the way I would say it.
Also, again, I don't really know if this was supposed to be a question for VAs specifically, but I guess us writers can answer as well. From my perspective, I wish it was the story, you know. Honestly, I feel like it's just whatever the content is, like the general content itself, because I mean, you can have varying qualities for a different type of content, but I mean, something like yanderes are always going to be popular regardless of the quality, at least from my perspective, you know. So I guess kind of, especially if you're looking at this from the perspective of getting yourself an audience, working around what's popular. But again, personally, I wouldn't want to do that necessarily, you know. Build your own audience, you know, create your own niches, if possible, you know. And like I mentioned before, you know, you can bring in whenever you're creating niche content, you can bring in something that's maybe not so niche, or at least kind of a I guess a general theme or something that is fairly universal into your content, just so that, you know, people can be familiar with it, or at least feel like they're getting something out of it that they would have gotten from something that might have been more popular. Alvar, if you'd like to add something.
No. I genuinely have no idea what to say.
Yeah, I know it's kind of a hard question for us, but I mean, we can move on to Nightshade, and maybe if you have anything else, you can add it after. So yeah, Nightshade, you were up.
I guess my answer is emotion. I think the emotion and the way it makes you feel is percentage. I don't know, how do you say 80%? I mean, it's a lot. I think the emotion is the most important part of it, in my opinion. If you just want something that's not going to fall flat, something that's going to make the listener feel and engage. So that's my answer.
I don't know if you thought of anything, Alvar, in the short minute. Since
Nope, head empty. Head empty, only clown.
That's perfectly fine. Honestly, sometimes
All I hear is honk honk noises. That's about it.
we don't have answers for anything. All right. So this is our last person, but they have several questions/topics for us to talk about. These are from Monster Lover. Topic about the term ASMR itself. How does the medium of ASMR RP relate to traditional ASMR, if at all? I'm the first one up this time. I remember hearing somebody talk about this where at some point it probably was kind of meant for people to fall asleep, I guess. But it's essentially evolved to a point where, you know, it's really just audio role plays. Really, ASMR kind of doesn't really have a purpose in the title other than, you know, maybe sticking to the initial meaning, or again, it's probably a marketing thing, honestly. Honestly, I don't really have a good answer for this other than just, yeah, I feel like maybe if it did start off as ASMR at one point, and maybe some things or some content is you know, the comfort audios, or just kind of people talking quietly. It's a very different medium from, you know, traditional ASMR, the little, the taps or the whispers and whatnot. But again, like I said, I think it's mostly marketing. I guess who's next? Alvar, do you have anything to add to this?
I guess it's kind of just sound effects. Is the way I was thinking about it. Like with the brain malfunction. Like the classic cuddling your boyfriend in the middle of a rain scripts and stuff like that, where it's kind of the same. That's the only direction I could think it could go in.
How about not?
Well, I'll say that I don't actually know. It's actually one of the reasons that in my channel trailer I say, ASMR, maybe, you be the judge. Because I don't really know how the two are related. I was just told early on that it should all be titled ASMR RP. And that's what I've stuck with.
And honestly, I can add on to this a little bit where really a lot of content nowadays is really not ASMR. It can be very loud, there can be screaming. I don't think a lot of people would get relaxation from that. So it
I should
kind of
also
evolved
say-
into its own thing, really. I think it should just be
perhaps say
audio
sorry.
roleplays. Just audio roleplays.
Sorry to the people who tried to listen to the kitchen script with the as a sleep aid. So sorry about that.
Okay, mana culture.
Now, this is interesting because for a while there, I was called Man of Culture VA because I don't really know where the line is. I feel like I don't think we do. I think we put ASMR in our titles and like on our names and stuff like that because it's what it came from and it's what people are used to. Because for the longest time, ASMR was just an umbrella term for all this. But I would say we're more just audio dramas, like those old like Dick Tracy radio shows, or the Batman Adventure Tales that came on HBO Max for their like audio drama radio thing. I know that there are some people that kind of balance it on both. Like I know for a fact, like dude that's wholesome does like tingles, but also does audio roleplay with a story around it. And as I learned last night when I watched that big collab video, that honestly put me to sleep for like a solid 10 minutes midway through it. I mean, there are people who toe the line, but I don't think a majority of people actually make ASMR anymore. I think we make audio dramas, which have been around since like the 50s. That's what we do. We make audio dramas.
Also, shameless plug for that that video again. It is the villains.
Yeah, plug.
The
Great video, phenomenal video. You know how many ASMRs it has on it? A lot.
it has 7 voice actors on it, including Not. He is a character that shows up for a couple of seconds.
I remember.
But yeah,
Remember
it's over on Seth VA or Seth ASMR's channel. It is the villains play White Elephant with you. If anyone
Go
wants to check
watch
that out.
it.
Yes, both
Watch
Elvar
it.
and
I
I
wanna-
wrote characters for that.
I want
If you
to
don't
bring
check
this
it
up,
out-
Bluechan, but
Wait,
Don't
what?
check it out as soon as the scream ends. I will hunt you down myself and force you to watch it. Like that scene in
he's gonna force somebody.
where they open their eyes and keep them stuck like that to watch the entire movie. I'm gonna do that. You. Yeah.
We're gonna drag everybody into a watch together. It's an entire hour long, by the way, just so you all know. It is an
Oh my
hour
God.
long.
It didn't
But
feel like an hour. It kind of
it's
just
fun.
flew by.
Prepare for like a 5-inch clown charging at you with massive like ice cream scoopers to keep your eyes
Is this
open.
like Pennywise? What's going on? Oh my God, that's funny.
All right. Last, we have Nightshade for this question.
Like, hi, monster lover. So I do have like kind of a lot of thoughts on this. To me, I think that I see myself as making a crossover genre. I think that we have 2 separate genres, right? You have ASMR and you have roleplay. And I see it in a similar way to romantic comedy, where romance is a genre and comedy is its own genre. But you put them together and you might have a romantic comedy that is more heavy on the romance and a little bit funny. And you might have something that's, mostly comedy, but the romance is also a part of it. And it can be a spectrum, leaning towards one end or the other. So I think that with ASMR roleplay audios, I feel like there are some that lean more towards the roleplay, and the ASMR might be a smaller part of it. And then there are some that are more like your sleep aids, where your girlfriend or your boyfriend is touching your hair while you fall asleep, or that kind of thing. But I guess, yeah, I think that it's not, I don't see it as the ASMR part being gone. And I think that also people maybe sometimes don't really realize how much a voice can be an ASMR trigger. A soft spoken voice just by itself can be something that puts you in that trance. It does so for me, that like I will definitely listen to these to fall asleep, and I get comments all the time still that people say that they're going to sleep well tonight, or that they don't have to take sleep aid like sleeping pills to fall asleep because they found this genre. So I personally don't want to dismiss that part of it yet. Yeah, I think that was all the points that I really had. But yeah, I just feel like I don't feel like the roots of that have to be gone. I think that they can still be a pretty important part.
Well said.
Yeah, like again,
You changed my
agree.
mind.
I do agree that again, some scripts kind of fit that, or some audios do fit it, but at the same time, there's other audios out there that just completely do away with the traditional triggers. So again, it's kind of a mixed bag in the medium right now, I think. But it's good to have both, I think.
That was a sound argument. Wow. That was like,
well, and I
I'm
can't speak for
shocked.
everybody, but that is how I see it, at least with what I do and with what I listen to a lot of times.
Yes, very
I feel hopeful.
All right, let's move on to our next question. The topic is about achieving popularity and success when creating content for YouTube. So the difference in popularity between ASMR RP and sexualization in some traditional ASMR content. Let's see. Our first person is not.
Interesting topic. So as far as popularity and success, that's difficult to tell and to quantify, because I will say, I'm not at the top of the rankings, so it's very difficult to say what would work for that. What I can tell you is that I think in both ASMR RP as well as traditional ASMR content, there is a trend towards sexualization. I think it's pretty evident if you click around some of those thumbnails, and as I said, I know some of you click on the anime characters, and I think that really you get a whole range. On one hand, you have the side of the community that's very platonic, where everything is actually more like I think we talked about this, like an old school radio drama or audio drama, where it's mostly about the action, the adventure, the excitement, the emotional stakes. And on the other side, yes, we do have people who make more provocative things. I don't know if one's necessarily more popular than the other. I'd be hard-pressed to say for sure. But maybe somebody else has greater insight than I do.
I guess we can ask Nightshade.
Yeah, I think that actually when I saw this question come up before, I went and checked my most viewed videos. Like I searched the content in order from what actually got seen the most, and I didn't actually see as much of a correlation between the sexier pictures and the not sexy pictures, as you might expect. Like, I actually think that a lot of my more popular videos, for example, that BluechanXD's series that I did has a character that's covered up like to her neck. You know, there's no really no skin showing at all, and she's got a big hood on. And that one is pretty high up on the list. So I guess I would say I don't think that, like, if from Monster Lover's full comment, I feel like it seems like something that's discouraging, that the over sexualization that can be there. But I think that there's definitely room for more than that.
So I'm next. I don't know if I can necessarily compare traditional ASMR content with ASMR RPs, but I can kind of compare the popularity I've seen with, I guess, more so VAs who write their own content versus the ones that get their content from Scripthaven. A lot of the times those VAs are the bigger ones, and more often than not, I will notice that they have NSFW content on their Patreons. Several people will do this thing or at least several VAs will do this thing where they have the beginning audio where it's just the safe for work content on YouTube, and then plug their Patreon for the NSFW content. And these people sometimes make like really good money, like a living wage off of something like that, or even more so. So again, I feel like just NSFW content in general does tend to bring in a lot of views, even if it's not initially on that post on YouTube. And again, there's plenty of, I guess, contradictions to that. I don't want to say contradictory evidence to that as well. Again, as is mentioned, several of our people here have content that isn't overly sexualized or has no like sexual content in it that is still very popular. So I guess it just kind of depends on what the viewers want, you know, who your audience reaches, pretty much. But that's kind of what I've seen. Next up is Metaculture.
I've been like trying. I don't really know how to feel about this one. I mean, I don't really think that. I think when it comes to ASMR, I don't really think that necessarily the more like provocative and like sexualized images or stuff like that is really what draws people. Although I will say this, I think it's what initially strikes people. Like they look at it and they're like, huh, and that makes them look twice and then maybe want to go in on it. But I don't really see that as like a defining feature, because I've fallen in the trap of like putting like hot guys and stuff like that, like shirtless guys and stuff on my front covers when I was like low on views and stuff like that. But when I look at my most popular videos, like none of them are that, like at all. Like my most popular videos are like stuff where it's where the art is like crying or has blood or stuff like that, striking images, but nothing sexualized. I don't know. I guess some people get more views off of that stuff, you know, clickbait and all that. But I don't really see it as like a big issue or something. I don't know. This is a weird question that I did not quite know how to answer.
And that's fine. Alpha.
I think that's a good point, though, that you said. I'm sorry.
No, yeah, we'll continue with you.
I just want to say I think that's a good point. Like the emotional pictures draw people in. Emotion is a big factor in it. I'm done.
Okay, that's fine.
Striking.
Okay, Alvar, your turn now.
I have no idea. Though some of the have implied NSFW stuff does quite well. Like it cuts to black just before, you know, it's implied they do something. I think that's just because listeners are thirsting. That's about
Thirsting, yay.
I mean, to us, we all live for that love you, I've loved you since I first met you moment, and then they go into a closet and don't come out for like an hour or so. Yeah.
Actually, I think that's a very good point. Thinking about some of the more popular videos from my channel, a lot of times the slow burn romances do much better than anything that's more overtly spicy. That's with a very limited range. I don't have a ton of spicy content, so I'm not sure if it's different for channels that have more spicy stuff on them. But yeah, that's a very interesting point.
Also, even on the writer perspective, sometimes I've noticed that even some of my bigger scripts that have done better don't even have the stuff that I would have expected to blow up. I mean, my most popular script doesn't even have kissing in it. You know, it's just two people talking the whole time. Again, I think it varies a lot of the time, and just depending on what people want. So, our next question is the topic of censorship on YouTube. YouTube finding sexual content when there isn't any in the video, innocent content being demonetized versus explicit content remaining up, use of minimum advertising to not break immersion, how to work around YouTube censorship and restrictions, giving what people want versus playing into the algorithm. The randomizer decided to give us essentially almost the previous one backwards, so Alvar starting.
Oh. Well, YouTube's just stupid. It's put in short.
I mean, you're not wrong.
It's just, I have seen videos that should be taken down immediately, and then videos that are wholesome as heck get taken down for some strange reason. Like, I've come across audios that should not be on YouTube whatsoever. And they're like, yeah, this is fine. And wholesome? And holding before marriage? No, not on my Christian YouTube server. YouTube is a place for children, but we're going to not use the children app at all. It's just... yeah, it's just stupid. That's all I can really say on it.
Okay, Nightshade Queen, do you think YouTube is stupid?
Well, censorship. Okay. I think this came up when we were talking the other day. But when it comes to the demonetization aspect of it, I have heard stories from other VAs where so for people who haven't posted on YouTube or aren't monetized on YouTube, when you go to monetize the video, there's like a questionnaire that they give you. They want you to answer or click off, where you rank the video, what factors are in it, and they give you an accuracy rating based on that. And the more accurate you've been rating your videos as it goes, the more they trust you and just give you your rating, unless there's like some serious sign that it's not that. And so I have heard other stories from other VAs that they maybe didn't know that that was required or not just optional, and they just kind of skipped it, or they didn't think they made mistakes in it and they got their ranking really low. And if your rating is low, that it can, they're more likely to just demonetize you, whether or not, without necessarily relying on what the evidence says. There's some evidence to that. So I guess I would say one piece of advice for anybody who's concerned about that is to take that seriously, that part of it, and with make sure that you're ranking it as accurately as possible. And I also believe I heard that people who started ranking it more accurately were able to kind of bring that rating up, and some people are able to get past the problem by doing so. So that's, I don't know, I think that's a bit of information. Again, it's like I haven't experienced it. This is just something that I've heard, but I feel like that might be useful information for some people.
All right, mana culture.
I believe that YouTube doesn't do a good job. I believe that their AI kind of just sucks when it comes to reviewing things because of how many videos I've had that were like yellow coded and then I put it in for review and then they had a human look at it and then it said, "Hey, yo, so we messed up. Here you go. Sorry, we know you're not going to get the funds from being monetized from the initial part. And we know we limited how many people are going to see it, but our bad. Sorry, bro." And it's shocking seeing some of the things that are on YouTube that are allowed, like it's like among the ASMR community as well. Like I okay, as an example, I tracked this person down. I'm not gonna say the name, but I forgot about this, and I thought they got taken off of YouTube a while back when they were doing like a whole purge of the ASMR community. I counted 20 videos, and I count 20 videos from their latest going back. 13 of them have SEX in the title. And like all of them are very lewd, extremely lewd. I don't know what's going on with YouTube, but YouTube needs to get it together because they're clearly not doing their job. Just for context, please, YouTube sugar daddies, do not stop sending me money. I will die if you don't. I will collapse broke in an alleyway somewhere.
YouTube is deciding who has SEX and who doesn't. Is the BICTH police.
I want to point this out. One of these characters, like none of these characters are wearing shirts. Like I don't. This is just ridiculous, YouTube, bro. Oh man, that's crazy.
Honestly, I don't really have much to add from the YouTube perspective. I guess from the writer perspective, it can be kind of a challenge sometimes. There's points where when I'm writing a script and I kind of think to myself, would a VA actually be able to post this onto YouTube because, they might get demonetized? I mean, there's been several times where I've worked on scripts and then the VA has told me, like, oh my gosh, this particular fill that I did of your work got demonetized, or I end up seeing it in their community posts. I'm like, oh my gosh, what did I do wrong? It's like, but then, like, sometimes it works for some VAs, sometimes it doesn't. So, I mean, again, I don't understand what YouTube does to decide whether the same script, like, gets one person demonetized and the other one gets money from it. It's confusing. Honestly, I don't understand.
I just remembered something that might affect writers. Could I bring it up real quickly?
Yeah, sure thing. Go ahead.
I just remembered this. It's the reason I stopped linking directly to Reddit and just started putting their names in, is because YouTube would flag me if I put a link to Reddit for some reason. Like, I don't know why they would do that, but they wouldn't find it appropriate.
Yeah, I think it's specifically the ones that have the NSFW tag on their Reddit profiles. I think that was the issue. But
I thought it just didn't like Reddit.
No, I think it's specifically the ones that have the NSFW. Like, when you go onto their profile, it says, like, oh, this person does NSFW content. Do you still want to go in or whatever, or something like that? So, and you can set that up on your end. So, again, that's probably the issue. But I don't know, honestly. I think it probably is fine to just put the person's name, just say you got it from ASMR Script Haven, just so people know what subreddit to go to.
Yeah, I think there can be problems with people with links in the description to various sites that I've heard stories of. You just gotta, I don't know, be careful about links. I have heard that doing like a URL shortener for the link can like make it not be recognized, but don't quote me on that because I don't want to have people do that and I might be wrong,
Okay, and then lastly, let's get Nott's opinion on this.
Oh my, this is a whole pile of things, I think, to discuss. Since there's multiple points here, aside from just the sexual content. But let's start with YouTube finding sexual content where there isn't any in the video. I will say I've been very lucky in this regards. I've not actually had any of my videos' monetization status adjusted. At the same time, though, I also play it very, very safe. So some of it is definitely checking the scripts. I actually think that YouTube is far more sensitive to controversial topics, things surrounding mental health, eating disorders, things like that. It's really, really sensitive to those. So you have to be very careful with those kinds of scripts specifically, which I think is sometimes very challenging. With a lot of sexualized content, I will say I think it's a very unfair playing field, but I don't know what the rules are. I stay away from a lot of the sexual content myself, just because it's not the sort of content I'd like to create. But a lot of my videos end up being linked, because you can see what other videos are recommending yours and what your videos are recommending through the YouTube stats. My goodness, some of the ones that it links to, or some of the ones that link to me, I'm like, why would you think these are related? Oh, there's like a nice comfort audio on my side, and then on the other side, yes, there's a dude with his shirt off, and there's some very explicit phrases. And yes, I'm not sure how it stays up. So there's that. As far as what Nightshade Queen was saying about the survey, survey makes me paranoid every time. I spend so much time doing those.
Oh, me too.
And I will tell you, if you're not familiar with that survey, it is so unclear. There are, for the longest time, I was marking scripts as containing firearms if there was any reference to a firearm. Then I found out, after a ton of digging, that it doesn't apply if it's actually just in a performance and it's like part of a movie or something like that. It's not a real gun. I'm like, okay, that's good to know. It would have been great if you had somewhere to look that up that wasn't buried in a link inside of one of your help articles, like from years ago. And they're always changing the standards. So actually, VAs do run the risk of being retroactively punished for breaking rules that weren't in place at the time. So lots of things to consider there. So if you're making content, consider playing it very safe with what kinds of content you create. Know that, I think point number 4 is how to work around YouTube censorship and restrictions. If you try to do it, you run a lot of risks. So be very careful. Back up your channel content regularly. All of that. Let me see. What else do we have here? Giving people what they want versus playing the algorithm. I do want to say that playing the algorithm is a losing game. The algorithm always wins, as far as I can tell. So be very, very, very careful about trying to defeat it. Just try to create things that you like and that you think others will like. And it works out more often than not, I think. Lastly, use of minimum advertising to not break immersion. So for the longest time, this is actually a particular point of interest from me. For a long, long, long time, I did not run video ads. And because I thought to myself, well, people are using this as a sleep aid, so why would I want to run video ads on these? Couple of things. Recently, those of you who pay attention to my community posts may know that video ads are now on for my videos. This is because YouTube's changing their policies and making it required that there be video ads except for mid-roll. So I still do have those off. So there's a little bit of safety there. But historically, my channel's always done very, very poorly in terms of ad revenue, like exceptionally poorly. And it does seem to be quite tied to the fact that I turn off video ads until now. It is dramatic, the difference in revenue. So that's a whole pile of, of responses, I think. Did I miss any?
I think we're good on it. Probably.
Okay.
I mean, we've already been here for almost 5 hours, so let's try to move on to the next couple of questions. And I told Nelson, we were going to be here for 4 hours. I was wrong. We're going to be here for 5
hours.
Okay.
5. Oh my god.
All right. So luckily we have 3 questions left. I think, yes. So we're almost there.
You're going to be the most complex, controversial questions ever.
It's going to happen. I feel like they probably were.
Yes, I would like to go
Okay.
to sleep sometime.
So we'll get there soon enough.
Sleep, what is that? That is a concept I have no bearing on.
We will get there. Anyway, so here's the next one. Interest in this content to desire to make others happy and help people. Hobby work, burnout, depression, stop creating content. So basically a cycle. Is this unavoidable? And I'm the first person on the list. I don't even know if I can answer this properly.
What?
I mean, it's like, honestly, I mean, I've seen people have the burnout. I guess my advice when it comes to burnout is, like, know your limits. Again, I try to keep a very consistent schedule for myself, so that I don't end up burning out. And again, I don't know how it is for other people. Again, a lot of these things don't particularly affect me. Again, I consider it a hobby. It's not my job. It might be for other people. But again, I think, especially for those who aren't really in this to actually make money, treat it like you would a hobby, like as a supplemental part of your life, not something that you feel compelled to do all the time. And I think that kind of helps break the cycle a little bit, especially if, as much as I say to stay consistent, you don't have to, especially as a writer or a vegan who's not really super into the numbers or whatever. Again, I think you can avoid something like this, but at the same time, it's inevitable, like in many cases, that people might just lose interest for whatever reason. But again, I personally cannot speak for myself, just because, I'm still here. I've kind of figured out what works for me. I don't know if it's different for everyone else. Man of culture, let's get your opinion on this.
So it was a hobby for me, but it's not anymore because this is what I want to do with the rest of my life. I will say burnout, depression, I got all of that. Massive depression. Seriously, I haven't uploaded in like 8 days. Actually, I did upload 3 days ago, but I had to delete that. But as far as stop creating going, I don't think that's exactly going to happen to everyone. I don't think it's inevitable. Because honestly, at some of the points I've had in my life when it came to making content, with how depressed or burnt out I was, or how much I was like, I just couldn't handle it anymore. I'm not going to give up. And I'm just never going to give up. I'm going to keep creating content until I don't know, turn into dust or something like that. Particles in the air. I believe it's just all about willpower and just keep going, no matter what. But that's just me. I am a weird guy with a weird nature, so I can't speak for everyone, but just keep doing what you love and never give up on it, I guess. That's about it.
Next we have Nightshade.
Yeah, so, well, same, basically, in some ways. I don't have any intention of stopping. I really want to keep doing this for as long as I possibly can, and I do my best to avoid burnout by doing some of the things that Blue suggested, just not overworking and being aware of what you can do. I think that to some extent, like the question, is it unavoidable? To some extent, yes, in the sense that a lot of people who start doing this are doing it as a hobby. And I think that it's unavoidable that a certain percentage of people are going to take up a hobby and have fun with it for a while and then just not do it anymore. No matter what that hobby might be, like there's always, I think, going to be some people who, for them, it's not something that they're going to do long term, even without the burnout and the depression aspects to it. But I don't think, is it unavoidable in the sense that it's going to happen to everybody, that we can't expect our creators to stick around? That no, I don't think so. Like, I think that, we have to be aware, and we have to, if you're devoted to it, I think that we'll make it work,
Next is Not.
Well, I think I'll second what Nightshade Queen was saying there, and that, I'd say that there's a lot of people for whom burnout is going to occur. And a lot of people just don't necessarily want to or feel the need to stick with anything long term. And this is true for all hobbies, especially ones that are effort intensive like this. Um, so I don't think it's that unusual. And it's actually, in some cases, good to just try many different things. And if it's not the niche that's right for you, to just keep trying new things in life. So no shame there at all. That said, is it inevitable? I don't think it's inevitable that folks go through that particular cycle. I'd say it certainly can happen, but I don't think it's inevitable. And this is for a couple of reasons. One is that potentially there's other reasons to stop. Like you find a new kind of content you like creating, or potentially just that you have kind of reached a point where you're like, well, I don't really want to, I just don't feel like doing things anymore. It doesn't have to be because of burnout or depression. I will also say that just because you hit that burnout and depression cycle doesn't mean that you're permanently out of the game. It's possible to go through that burnout and then just take some time off and come back. There are lots of different ways this story can play out. Now, is it common to have this sort of thing occur? I think it's reasonably common. I think a lot of it is because, again, this particular hobby is very effort intensive. And it really demands a lot of you that's not obvious up front. I think I was saying earlier in this stream that you spend a good chunk of time doing things that are not voice acting. So if you get into it because you like voice acting, and then all of a sudden you're like, why am I having to stare at this YouTube algorithm? It's so confusing. What's all this demonetization policy stuff? What's going on with this community management? Why do I have to figure out all the legalese around scripts? And you're like, oh, this is just too much. I understand why people get tired of that and decide to move on to other hobbies. So those are, I think, my takes.
And last we have Alvar.
I'm very guilty of taking like month-long breaks just to kind of rewire the brain just so I can get back at it. Yeah, I'm in this for the long run. I'm already in debt for a writing course. I may as well do this for a little while longer. You know what I mean? It's just a case of finding a healthy work-life balance, writing-life balance. And it's it all out. Make sure to take care of yourself and your noggin.
Yes, please do take care of yourself and don't, get yourself into habits that will make you burn out. Again, you don't have to force yourself to do anything. It's a hobby for a lot of us, Alrighty. Second to last question. Self-expression or pleasing the audience. People wanting the same thing over and over. Example, Yandere being easy to gain viewership from. YouTube's platform incentivizing popular overused tropes. No great alternatives to the platform. Let me do the randomizer. We have Nightshade first.
Oh. Okay, hang on. These questions are so deep. So I think that part of the reason people will ask for the same thing over and over is because it's something that they already know. It's something that they know they can get. For example, the yandere is huge. It's everywhere. So if you just put out a general question like, what do you want to see? It's gonna be something that they say. I think that there are other things that people are interested in and want, but they're not really aware that they want that because it's not something that's visible. It's not something that's out there a lot. Which is, I guess I think I've kind of said this before, but like doing the things that I enjoy I'll do things that I enjoy, even if I know that other things might bring in more numbers. Like I know if I were just to, throw away my issues and just do lots of yandere, like I would probably get tons of views with a lot more views than I am. But I guess by doing it my way, I was able to see that, like, and engaging with the comments, like there were a lot of things that people are really looking for, that aren't just what you would expect. It's not just the same things that are commonly everywhere. So how do I sum this up? I think that I don't think that everything has to be pigeonholed. Like, I think that there's still lots of room for self-expression. I think that if you do it, you will find the audience, and if you pay attention to what they're saying, you can see what parts of what you're doing they like and what parts there is a demand for, and start looking for that too. So I think it's possible to do both, the self-expression and pleasing your audience, without having to give in to just whatever you think the algorithm is gonna help you with, or whatever you think the people are gonna rush to.
Next we have Alvar.
Okie dokie, let me see. What I like to do is I like to trick people into thinking I'm giving them what they want, then pull the rug out from under them halfway through. So I'm like, oh look, it's a nice yandere script. Your typical yandere script, and go yoink, oh now you're no teeth. Yep. That pretty much sums up me trying to do popular tropes. Because I feel like they're so done, it's nice to put in a twist. Kind of adds a little bit of flair to my writing style.
I'm gonna kind of build off of what Nightshade was saying about how I do think it's very possible to express yourself while also pleasing your audience. I mean, I'm the villain scriptwriter. That's kind of what I like to do. I personally really enjoy enemies to lovers, and that just happens to be something very popular. So, sometimes some of us do end up liking things that are fairly popular in nature, and again, a lot of the times I do like to experiment with my scripts and kind of take a concept and kind of twist it into whatever, creative thing that I came up with. But yeah, honestly, I think personally, again, self-expression is more important overall, but at the same time, again, they aren't mutually exclusive to one another. That's just my take. Next we have Man of Culture.
I believe that it's like pretty good to strike in the middle with this, because when it comes to self-expression, I feel like no matter what script I have in front of me, I'm gonna enjoy it. And I just overall like trying new characters. My yandere stuff is my most popular thing, and sometimes that does become bothersome when you've made like 10 yandere videos, but every so often I'll just throw in a script purely for me. I know it. I know in my heart, and I tell myself beforehand, I'm like, you don't be sad about this. It's not going to be popular, but at the very least, I get to have something fun. And I enjoy making all the yandere content, but I believe expression is important. Otherwise, you don't enjoy what you do, and if you don't enjoy what you do, why are you doing it? But yeah, I believe expression is perfect, but I do not believe that it's mute. I do not believe that you can't have both, because when it comes to yandere content, it does get repetitive after a while, kidnapping people. But I've also had like ones where I was like, oh, that is so cool, like wizards, yanderes, mages. I did an elf one time, or a really cool one I did was where I was like an alien on a ship, and like I was a shapeshifter they picked up. Like, I feel like expression and pleasing the audience doesn't have to be an exclusive thing, and you can sort of reach a middle ground most of the time. But that's just me.
And last we have Not.
Well, I'll say I feel that this question is actually sort of the summary of a lot of the podcast as a whole. It really encapsulates a lot of just what we're talking about. So I'm going to start with the different angle, the last bit here, where it talks about no great alternatives to the platform, and I'll say I think that's true. I don't think there's a lot of good competition to YouTube that does quite what it does. Live streaming is probably the closest thing, aside from streaming here, like you stream on Twitch and whatnot. But you don't really have great alternatives to it. I feel quite often you need to be on YouTube if you're creating videos or creating these audios, just so people know where to find you. So I'll start with that. As far as it incentivizing popular tropes, a little bit of what Nightshade Queen was saying about the algorithm. Yeah, you can't necessarily outsmart the algorithm because the algorithm ain't all that smart. So, like playing chess with a pigeon, if you get the metaphor. I'd say that really what you have to do is do what you can do. So, to Man of Culture's point, you make the content you can make, and the kind of content you enjoy is the kind of content you can make. If you don't find it enjoyable, you don't like it, you don't understand it, you're not going to stick with it. Doesn't matter if it's popular or not. And I'd also say that I quite agree that just because it's popular doesn't make it bad. You can do a lot with it if you're really interested in it. You really like a lot of what it is. Because you start to see all the little differences, right? There's a lot of yandere content out there. But if you look at the yandere content, you realize there's a lot of little variations. And some yandere content is not popular at all. And some is very, very popular. Some of it's because of the performance that's given. Some of it's because of the exact story that's told. Some of it is just that combination between the two. I think about it a lot like the way that script fills work, where quite often, if you see a writer's written a script and several different VAs have filled it, there's a different number of views that each of those individual script fills will get. So one VA might get 20,000 views off of it. Another VA might only get 5,000. Another VA might get 500,000. It doesn't necessarily correlate with channel size either. And this, I think, is a real important point. Sometimes things just click. Sometimes things just don't. And that's why it's good to have all these different varieties of performances out there on YouTube. And also why I believe that a lot of the smaller VAs who are just giving things a try are doing us all a great service. Because they're introducing us to new ways of seeing old ideas. And that just makes the world a richer place. I'll close this out by saying this is oftentimes why listeners tell me, oh, I love this performance or that performance, or I didn't think this performance was that great, or I wish you did this or did that. I tell them to go take a look at other channels and see if there's somebody else who's given a good performance, because there's a lot of folks out there who are recording these public scripts. And I mean, even the scripts that I've written, I feel that sometimes I'm certainly not the best VA to perform them. I've been quite pleased with the way that others have done them. And I think sometimes those are what I'd consider the definitive performances, too. So, this is a kind of long way of saying, yeah, you really can both please the audience, self-express, and have some measure of success, however you choose to measure it, along the way.
All right, on to our last question of the stream.
And we've
Oh
defeated
gosh, there's a lot of
Nelson.
things going on.
Last
There's
question.
a lot of
Yay,
things going on.
pressure. Let's do it.
So
The topic
close.
of writing scripts. Challenge of writing in a media with dialogue from one side. What do you do with the time you have? Shower listeners with compliments versus info dump. Turning a script into a lecture rather than entertainment. How to provide this information naturally, asking for the listener's name, immersive but sounding awkward due to responses from the speaker. I feel like this one's a little bit more geared toward the writers, but I'm gonna allow everyone to answer this because it's the last question. So, first up is Man of Culture.
Okay, so give me a sec, because I'm still a little confused on this.
I think, again, like I said, it's more of a writer question. I don't know if you have a particular take on it. Like, what do you, I guess from the VA perspective, what do you feel
Is
about,
it like
following through
asking?
with compliments versus info dumping, like the actual content of the script?
I mean, I feel like info dumping could be very fun because at the end of the day, what I like with a lot of scripts is lore. Because, like, those are the most enjoyable scripts. Like, how many scripts are out there where 90% of it is just complimenting? I love a story with references, weirdness, and like overall learning about this world, these characters, these lives. Like, I don't know. I think info dumping is a lot nicer. I like that. I don't really know what to go from there. I'm not a writer.
That's fine. Again, it's like we're just trying to get everybody to answer in some sense. Not, you're up.
All right. Well, let's see here. So, on the topic of writing scripts, as far as writing dialogue with from one side, I actually think it makes it a little bit easier personally because you're writing one fewer characters. Um, I will say it's not a universal opinion, certainly, from some of the conversations I've had, but that's the way I see it. When it comes to asking for the listener's name, you know, I think that sometimes it can sound awkward, sometimes it can become natural. It just depends upon how you structure the questions. Kind of going back to the very beginning of this, the way that BlueChan was talking about writing good responses and dialogue. It comes down to just doing a good job at that. Now, probably the big part of this one, the meat of the question is, well, what do you do with the time you have in the script? How do you handle the balance between showering listeners with compliments, meaning I'm assuming doing things that they like, versus info dump, meaning doing things to flesh out the story? I'd say that really what you're trying to do is just tell a good story. So focus on telling a good story. Don't worry about whether it's an info dump or whether or not it's got enough compliments scattered throughout. If the story's good, the rest will come naturally. You'd be surprised how much information you communicate just by having the story keep going, you know? Uh, and you ultimately do need that. You need people who just are watching this, listen to it, enjoying it the whole way through. I mean, if you think about when people complain about, say, sci-fi movies having these really long info dumps, exposition segments, they're not really complaining so much about the exposition. They're complaining that it's boring. So make it exciting. Make our immersion in the world something that's worth paying attention to. And you'll hold people's attention and they'll enjoy it.
Next we have Nightshade.
So, I'll first of all say that I acknowledge the point about it is definitely a challenge that our writers have that I want to give them big time applause for. The challenge of that you're writing the dialogue from one side, that it is really hard, I think, to express certain things without making it seem like an info dump. I think that I also want to say that I think that stories that are some of the audios that have more complex stories and more complex plots are actually some of my more popular ones. Like, I think that there are definitely people who keep coming back because they know that I will do that sort of thing. So I wouldn't say that necessarily having a lot of information that's in the script that's being given is a negative. I don't think it needs to be seen as an info dump because I think there's a value in everything. And actually, Monster Lover and I think we had a conversation once where I said that I think some audios are like for a 4-course meal, and some are like a candy bar, and they're both valid experiences. They're both good things that should exist, that should be out there, and it's just variety. But yeah, I think there's value in the info dump.
Next is Alvar.
It is kind of hard, but I feel like once you get into the flow of it, it kind of becomes easier. It's hard to put into words. Can I phone a friend? Can I phone a friend on this one?
Who's the friend you want to phone?
You, pretty
Okay.
please.
I mean, I can end this anyways, since I mean I'm the host, so conveniently I'm the last person here. Again, very loaded question. A lot of things kind of going on here. When we're talking about, again, kind of similar to what was already said, regarding the showering listeners versus info dumps, I feel like there's a time and a place for everything, you know. Sometimes people just want to hear the fluff, right? Like, they don't necessarily want to hear some kind of epic narrative with the story. And I mean, that's fine. Again, whatever you need to get through your day, whatever you want to listen to, perfectly fine. From the perspective of like info dumping, again, here going into the turning the script into a lecture rather than an entertainment, there's, I guess, a fine line in doing so where, you know, you want to get that information out versus, you know, actually making it sound interesting. And again, that's very difficult to do sometimes, but the best way I can put it is probably just attempting to kind of, instead of using it as a means to, or using your dialogue as a means to explain that information, kind of, I guess, treat it as though, like, actually, here's a better way of putting it. Let's not have the listener be someone who's being taught, unless obviously, you know, your script is about a student, right? You should treat it as though the listener kind of knows what's going on, right? And I mean, obviously that's going to be a challenge for listeners who obviously don't know your lore, but you can kind of still implement it into your writing to make it sound natural and kind of explain as you go, or at least kind of build it into the actions of the characters to make it seem like, okay, yeah, this is part of, you know, the reasoning or the logic behind this universe. And that's kind of building off of something I said several questions ago about, or at least regarding writers making sure that they can, I guess, stick to the logic of their own universe and be consistent with it. So I feel like, again, it is possible to have the speaker relay that information without it coming off as an info dump, right? Like, just, again, making it sound natural. But again, it's very much a challenge, I think. And it's kind of hard to explain how you would do that, but again, I think it just takes a little bit of practice overall. Asking for the listener's name. Honestly, I don't really have much of an issue with this. I know from the context it was something like the speaker goes, or like they answer something along the lines of, oh, like, what a beautiful exotic name. And obviously, again, you wouldn't want to do that because, again, somebody's name might be super common or something, so it kind of feels out of place in those types of scripts. So again, you wouldn't really have the speaker answer in that particular way, right? So again, like, obviously sometimes the listener needs to tell their name to the speaker, but again, you don't have to make it this super embellished answer from the speaker, so to say. I see, like, immersive but sounding awkward response from the speaker. Yeah, kind of the same thing, really. I don't know if you thought of anything, Alvar, while I was talking.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm running on negative brain cells right now.
I
I've
understand.
used all up.
Well,
Christ.
at the very least, this
Used
was
up
the
all
last
my
question.
game points.
I think we're all just kind of ready to sleep.
Is it over? Is the war over?
Pepper, a little thank you for joining.
We're free.
We made it, guys. We did it. We did it.
We survived.
We got
It's
through
been so
5
long
hours.
since
60
I've been alive.
questions later, we're still alive.
We're still alive, guys. Honestly, I'm just gonna say, you know what? Thank you for everybody who came to watch. I think we, or at least I speak for everyone, that it was a very enjoyable experience. I really enjoyed having all of you on here. I'm very glad to
It was fun.
be able to talk with each and every one of you, especially for the first time in some of these cases, you know. So, again, super nice. I don't know if you each have your own little thing you want to say.
Just out on Reddit and YouTube.
Yeah.
Yes, plug one final shameless plug.
Yeah, we got a shameless plug. Everybody, please, please
Check
go to
out
all the
all
people's
of our
channels.
Patreons.
Either channels, Patreons, Throne, Coffee, whatever.
Merch.
Go to Reddit.
Like,
Just go
money
check out every one of
us
these
if you
people.
see us in the streets. We'll catch it. We'll even do a little backflip if you aim it right.
Also, if you're over on Discord, please join our script guild, the ASMR Script Guild Discord server. We are all there. We are very much willing to talk, and if you have questions, we will answer them whenever we can get to that.
Smack that bell notification.
Honestly, I don't know how great that's going to be for this channel. We don't post a lot to it.
Subscribe
Well, even
right
better
now, or
reasons
we'll
to
hunt
pay
you
attention.
down.
I mean, like, that's kind of what the Discord's for, like, if you guys want to add your own videos or give us ideas for videos, that would be great, honestly. Again, as mentioned, we are taking in more VAs and writers, regardless of how much experience you have or whatever popularity you have. We don't really care, just so long as we can get more opinions for future podcasts. Because again, even though it's 5 of us here, we don't represent the entirety of the community. So a lot of the answers we give are probably not going to be the same as a bunch of other people in the community. And that's why we kind of want to give opportunities to everyone else to talk about their own experiences in future podcasts. So again, if you are interested, please let us know over on Discord, or again, send me a DM over on Reddit or something like that. Wherever you can find me, send me your interest in joining us, or even a comment on this video. Make yourself available also, similar to what we were saying before. Please make yourself available, like a business account. Send it to me when we can talk, But yeah. Anything else you guys want to say as a thank you?
Hey, if you made it this far in the video, why not like and subscribe?
Please do.
Made it the entire 6 hours. You get a sticker. 5 hours.
I will
yeah,
not
5
throw a penny at you. I'm so delirious.
I just say take care, everybody, and thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you
Love
all
you
for
guys.
your
This
attendance.
has been fun.
Yes, thank you all so
Bye.
much. And we will see you guys next time, hopefully soon. Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.